Hello, everyone. Welcome to our UFC 324 watch along here on MMA Junkie. We're the MMA Junkie Radio team, and I'm Gorgeous George. That's the Goze right next to me. We're excited to be back after 6 weeks. Goze, you pumped or what?
I am. New era. So far, everything seems to be working well. I'm excited.
Yeah, and we've kind of been out on the streets checking out Zuffa boxing and a nice mixer with the people from Paramount Plus and the UFC. Seems like everyone's excited after the break. 6 weeks is, I think, one of the longer breaks that we've had in recent memory. But between that and I guess the whole shift, right, from ESPN now to Paramount Plus / CBS, I think everyone's pretty pumped up to just take the sport to a new level collectively. Everyone knows their parts.
Yeah, it's been interesting so far. I think within our industry, I don't know how many of these you're going to have, these certain moments where the sport seems to take a step forward. And don't get me wrong, ESPN, that's one of the really big ones, right? To be able to see your name, mixed martial arts, UFC, in that same realm as the big four sports, that was a huge step. And it feels like now this deal with Paramount Plus, this feels like another big jump, right? So we'll see how different things are. So far, one thing I have noticed is it seems like the picture's a little bit clearer. I think it works better with 1080 here. Doesn't seem to have too much lag. I don't know. DC just did his first telestrator. That seemed to work out fine. So kudos to them for this being their inaugural show.
Look, I'm usually an optimist, and I still will be, by saying I think we'll obviously take a step in the right direction. However, I do have to keep it real. This is ESPN, right? The sport is leaving ESPN to go to Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus has content that both you and I love and enjoy. It's part of CBS, which has done great things over the years, but still, these first few shows, it'll be interesting to say if we're really taking a step forward or a slight step back. I mean, over 7 years, I don't see how Dana White allows the sport to take a step back, and the UFC, of course. But they got to iron out some kinks, I suppose. And yeah, I was watching fights earlier too, and it looked pretty good.
The one thing I will say is, for as massive as ESPN is and all that, you're still at the end of the day probably a small fish in a big pond. And here, it just seems like everything's catered to the UFC. It feels like home so far. I've liked it.
Yeah, and there's an early start time, right? And I know, I mean, not people get burned by the damn hour change twice a year, right? Some people show up to work late, or miss church, or miss an appointment, and the reverse. So I imagine, knowing that all your lives, even though we've done our best to tell everyone everything starts an hour earlier, some people are going to be late to catch up. But yeah, that's kind of the way going forward, at least for the numbered events. I'm not sure about all fight nights, because fight nights are all over the world, and they can play around with those a little bit more. But you never know. You mentioned an important word: priority. Where will be the priority for Paramount Plus, the sports division, the UFC? Maybe they do keep it consistent, but numbered events like tonight or next week, because UFC 325 is right around the corner. 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific for the main card, and as you're viewing right now, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific for the feature prelim. So it's all 9 fights like before, but an hour earlier. And I love it. Everyone loves it. Everyone goes home an hour earlier. The only thing I don't like is that glare, and I got rid of it at the last minute, but there was a glare coming in because the sun's still out.
Yeah. By the way, Kate Scott's done a good job so far. She's kind of a new bell or whistle, whatever you want to call it, on this broadcast. So, yeah, man, I'm excited. I think this, along with a good fight card, should be a good night.
I agree.
Bonuses.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, there is one fight that fell off. Michael Johnson and Alexander Hernandez will not be going down. I got to give credit to my boy, Dave Manley from MMA Bobblehead. He likes to throw some money around. And he said, like either a day ago or 36 hours ago, he said, hey, is this fight still on? He goes, I've seen some big movement in Alexander Hernandez versus Michael Johnson. And I told him, well, as far as I know, the first thing I did was check Junkie. and that was good. Nothing was there. And then to be fair, I just did a quick Google search, and I did notice chatter, but nothing official. Right? These guys still weighed in, and I'm sure they'll at least cash that check. But there was a lot of movement, and apparently the fight's now been pulled. I don't want to point a finger towards either party or anything like that because we don't
too
know
early.
the facts. I think the UFC is just doing a precaution.
Yeah, it's a little too early. That stuff needs to figure itself out. The UFC is being proactive, and we'll see what comes out of it. But that it's unfortunate because it's actually, I don't know if a whole lot is on the line, but it was an interesting fight. I was actually looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Both guys are longtime veterans, especially Michael Johnson, pushing 15 years. We caught up to him a few weeks ago on MMA Junkie Radio, but he says he still feels great. And even going back to his last few fights, I have not noticed too much of a drop off. So both guys definitely could have used the win to continue their streaks, their momentum, a win over each other. Alexander Hernandez, not as big of a name as Michael Johnson, but last year was a great year for him. He came. I just saw Hokit.
Yeah,
Hokit
that was
Macho Man Savage.
that was a crazy.
Macho Man Savage.
That was a crazy post fight speech there. Charles Johnson is minus 190, and Alex Perez is plus 155. Who do you like?
I like Johnson.
Who do you like?
I like Johnson. Perez had trouble on the scale. He's had long spells where he doesn't fight. When he does fight, he's fun to watch. I enjoy watching him fight. I think he's a solid fighter. He's fought for the title. I just don't think he'll get back there, and I don't even think he's really within the top 5, top 7 of the division. Johnson isn't either, except Johnson did beat Joshua Van. So that's motivation, you know. And along the way, he's won some fights since that one too, you know, not just, it's not like that's his only win that he's resting his laurels on. But I just feel like he is a tough customer, a tough out. And when you have that kind of motivation where you know you have a path to the title because of your recent successes and one's over the current champion, I'm telling you, man, that's gotta lift you, you know. So I just feel like this guy's probably gonna do as good as he can, even though he's 35 years old, to close his career out strong and hopefully get a crack at the champ. So I'm going with him.
Yeah, I kind of like that pick as well. Alex Perez is a roller coaster, man. It's so hard to keep up with him. So I kind of like Johnson, and I'm even maybe considering playing him by finish, but just the pick alone is good enough for me. So yeah, we're on the same side there.
He's got a balanced attack. Of his 18 wins, 7 have come via KO, TKO. 4 of he has like the one shiny win, and then there's like a step below a few of the other veterans that I named. But he also hasn't mixed it up with, you know, Brandon Moreno or Brandon Royval or some of the other guys that are kind of up there. I take it back. Him and Royval did fight on the regional scene, but not in the UFC.
By the way, shout out to Brandon Royval. He did kind of a nice thing this weekend, visiting the boys and girls here in Las Vegas. The UFC does a very good job. I don't know if, you know, a lot of people give Vegas a bad rap because of what goes on the strip. But honestly, the Raiders, the Golden Knights, the UFC when they're in town, they all do a really good job of reaching out to the community and visiting kids with cancer. You know, Poetan, he went to Cure for the Kids. So they've always done that, and I hope they continue to do it because it really does brighten a lot of people's lives. And those kids were stoked, man, to see Brandon. Really does brighten a lot of people's lives, and those continue to do it because it really does brighten a lot of people's lives. And those kids were stoked, man, to see Brandon Royval.
Yeah, and imagine the ones that got to see Poetan, who's arguably waiting the next assignment. I don't know who it'll be, but he could have options, man. Heavyweight or light heavyweight, or maybe a super fight of some sort that doesn't involve the title. I don't know. It's the beginning of the year. This is the first one that they have. They couldn't come up with an undisputed one for this one. I take it back. They did. Kayla Harrison versus Amanda Nunes, but that fight, it fell off. And so we're left with this interim title, but it's a good one. I think the UFC caught a lot of heat, but it's a good one. I think the UFC caught a lot of heat. Perhaps they could have had a third title fight, but three title fights usually isn't accepted by the media and the fans as much. It can be a long night, especially if they all go the distance. And so it's not our favorite thing either. But could they have done it because one was an interim? Sure.
Yeah.
But all it would be is an insurance to what happened to Kayla Harrison. Kayla Harrison's never really pulled out of a fight that I remember. So they probably thought they were solid there. And in fact, they weren't. She had a real serious injury. Our best to the champ. Hopefully she comes back later in the year. And then Amanda Nunes was clear. I didn't want to come back for anyone else because I thought Juliana Pena stepping up and then settling the trilogy that really doesn't need to be settled might have been a good idea, but for other reasons, it would have maybe allowed Amanda to see where she's at after a few years off.
Yeah, that's true.
I suppose it could also spoil that super fight too.
Do you have are you seeing an advertisement right now?
Gaethje and Chiesa promoting Cuervo.
Okay.
You?
Landman. But I just saw Gaethje and Chiesa.
Okay. Well, I don't know how this is going to work. The streaming era. We're still in the streaming era. We're still in the same house, but sometimes it's weird. The streaming era is weird. Matching things. That's one nice thing about satellite television. What's that?
At least it's a commercial something I actually enjoy. Landman is a great show.
Yeah, I just got a Dodge commercial. Now there's a Monster Energy commercial, and then we just had the Gaethje and Chiesa commercial.
You're gonna miss seeing the same commercial 8 times in one break.
I usually have the volume down, and then there's always usually something to do, like place a bet or answer somebody in our chat. So it didn't bother me as much. Unless I was just a straight viewer, like for a fight night, just hearing some of the same. Yeah, that did get old. Experian. This is a long commercial, man.
I'm actually all I see right now is commercial in progress, but it's not a commercial. It's just the Paramount logo over and over.
Zuffa boxing, by the way, yesterday was good pacing, but in person, I would prefer something along the lines of Dana White Contender Series. We timed it. The first fight was supposed to be at 3. By the time they really started banging, it was 3:15, and I think the main event ended at around 8:15. So it's 5 hours of boxing with good pacing. Like, they didn't really take too much time in between. A lot of fighters did not get interviewed after their wins. We had a lot of decisions. We had some good action, but 5 hours is kind of a long time when you're not seeing high level boxing. And I'm not coming at the UFC, Zuffa, I should say, for not providing high level boxing. Dana's been very clear. These are young people ready to take the next step. And when they're ready to take the next step, I hand them off to Shake Turkey. So, okay, he's very open about it. But a 5-hour show's pretty long. So what I was getting back at Dana White Contender Series is that's always been a 2-hour show, 5, and we're usually done by 7. I'd like to see something like that.
Yeah, I think that'd actually be a really good idea. I just don't know. That is rough. Maybe it's just the because if you look at the Apex, it wasn't anywhere near being full until like the last 3 fights, right? For the most part, it was kind of a ghost town early on for those fights. So maybe they just don't care about that part. I don't know, but yeah, it wasn't the worst. But you're right. If it were like a Dana White Contender Series type, that would make it way better.
Yeah, there's a lot to consume, man. There really is, and I'm not just talking about boxing. I'm talking about obviously UFC and football, basketball, NHL. Those are all underway, and people just have other likes as well. Heck, I got to give a shout out to Paramount Plus, man. They alone have great programming. I've thought about just canceling all my streaming subscriptions and then seeing which one of those do I really want so bad that I'm willing to re-sign up, because I got them all right just in case. But there's some that you tend to go to a little bit more, and I gotta give Paramount Plus theirs. They got like 6 or 7 shows that keep pulling me in. Just when one wraps in, here's 10 new ones.
Yeah.
Or here's a new show. And then along with sports that I like, I know that's one I wouldn't get rid of, especially now with UFC because of our jobs.
I think if they were like a baseball team, they would have an excellent pitching rotation, right? Every night, just a badass. Where some of the other ones have a couple good ones, and then the rest are, eh. I'd say they're probably Landman
on the staff. Landman.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's up there. All right, you getting ready to kick off here?
Yes, I am at 456, 55, 54, 53.
We're pretty close. I have caption on top of the clock, so I really don't know, but I know it just started.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Johnson, nice kick to the body there.
2 ranked guys too. I mean, this card's you're gonna have your hands full right on Monday.
Yeah. What do you think of Charles Johnson going with the George Jefferson haircut?
I don't get it. Looks like you lost the bet.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if he's like us and our group of friends, hey, if I give you $1,000, would you do this? Yeah, put the $1,000 up. All right. So what you got to do is a mohawk, or what you got to do is this, or say that, or wear this, or wear that. And some people have high prices. Oh, I'll do it for $100,000. I was like, give me $1,000, I'll do it.
One little knock that I did have on Zuffa boxing last night was, if you look at, I'm just not a big fan of uniforms in combat sports, but if you look here, we're at Venom now, right? We passed the Reebok era, but early on in the Reebok era, it was just black shorts against white shorts. It was very boring. The Venom kits have kind of expanded a little bit. There's just a little bit more to their shorts now. Ooh.
Oh, I think I saw what you just saw. We might be on our way to losing our bet. Alex Perez just knocked down Charles Johnson. Johnson has gone up to his feet, but he did take a couple shots.
Mm-hmm.
Now Perez has to make sure he doesn't blow his wad. He needs to be careful, surgical, pick his spots, but he definitely has Johnson hurt, and I don't think he's shaking off all the cobwebs just yet.
No.
Oh, a nice little uppercut lands. He's still stalking. Nice left hook lands. I can't see the clock, Goze. Where are we at?
252, 50, 49,
okay.
48.
Jason Herzog's taking a good look. Johnson's walking it off a little bit.
I think we're 10-8 territory. These have been some
That's
pretty
for
good
sure, because of the damage. He's dominating him, but he's damaging him too, not just smothering him.
Perez doing a great job of being on him. Like, he's giving him no space at all.
I think Johnson should try and time a takedown. There you go. At least to get him to stop hitting him. Wobbled pretty clearly. And the shot that he took knocked him down to the ground. So to be fair, Herzog's reaction was right. It's just that Johnson's incredible at recovering. And therefore, for a second there was a split second of doubt, like, oh, did he do the right thing? I think a lot of it had to do with just cumulative damage as well. I mean, folks, we're talking about like 2 minutes of Perez just pummeling him with everything he had, and Johnson basically taking it all. Yeah, maybe. See, the way Johnson landed, he actually landed on all fours. It's not even like he's splattered, right? And he popped up pretty quick. So he starts chasing Perez, but yeah, he's kind of wobbling, losing his feet. That helps Herzog's case. And at the end of the day, Herzog's one of the best in the world. If that's how he saw it, that's how it is. He made his decision off that hit, and Johnson just landing off of past, all those other punches he had taken. I don't. He doesn't look too upset, to tell you the truth. And this is a big win for Alex Perez and for Charles Johnson. Oh, well, man, he really, really dropped the ball here because, like I say, if you have a win over the current champ, the champ, most fighters want to avenge their losses if possible. I mean, you don't force them, right? If somebody beat you on the regional scene and you went 18-0 since then with a UFC title and 3 defenses, you're not worried about that guy on the regional scene that didn't make it to where you're at. So there's often going to be cases though where you do circle back and you do meet up with someone. In fact, it happened recently with Fluffy Hernandez and Brendan Allen. Fluffy had given him a loss, if I'm not mistaken, and Brendan really wanted to get it back, but that took place at LFA, and now their careers crossed again, and so it was a chance to take out Fluffy and continue his quest for a title and also avenge that loss from LFA. Fight fell off. Fluffy got hurt, and it was Brendan Allen taking out RDR. I got the hiccups, sorry. Goze is putting out a fire, so I'm going to continue here with the broadcast. Again, congrats to Alex Perez. Let me see if I can hear him talking to Joe Rogan. Said his job was on the line. Missed weight. Big mess up on his own.
Okay.
It'll be interesting how this affects bonuses. He missed weight, Goze. So he's probably not going to be eligible for the $100,000 bonus. The UFC has doubled their bonuses. They're now $100,000 to the performances of the night, or if they do fight of the night, there's 4 of them. So they budgeted $400,000. However, if you finish your fight and you did not get a bonus, you get $25,000. What you can't do is get both. You can't get the 100,000 plus the finish if you were involved in a finish. It's only for those that get eliminated. So you know how oftentimes when we're recapping, we're like, "Oh, what did this person do? What did this person do? Why didn't they get a bonus?" Well, now you do. It's 25,000. Is it 100? No, but it's 25. You're not wondering, right? If Dana White's going to be generous and if he's going to send you an envelope, in a month or a wire or whatever, you get your 25. And I don't know. That's 2 different ways to incentivize, I suppose. You could have just one hell of a fight of the night and not finish, or finish, right? And at least get your 25. But if you finish, you get your win. Sorry, you get your show, your win, and at least the 25. You know that. Once you're in the locker room, you know that if you finished. Now the question is, do they tell you, well, we're not going to give you the 25, but we're giving you the $100,000 bonus? Well, even better. You just made an extra 75. But if they don't, at least you know you got that.
I don't think you should get either, right?
What?
I don't think you should get either, right? If you miss weight?
Nah. Oh, man. I feel okay. Obviously, you should never miss weight. Very unprofessional. You risk the fight. You risk both because there's a difference between a 7.7 pound miss and a half pound miss. It does seem kind of weird to me that some fighters never miss weight. So why is it that some just go the extra distance and never miss weight, and some have done it multiple times? But anyway, to answer your question, I think that you should definitely be ruled out of the 100,000. Faux show. But should you get the finish? Man, the finish meant you went for it. The other party agreed to it. The other party got 20% of your pay. Maybe. Why not?
I don't know. I'm curious if maybe if you say they don't, if that would lead to fighters saying, well, then I'm not fighting. That sort of thing. I don't know. But personally, I don't think they should get it.
Well, if you're not fighting, then we may not be able to book you anytime soon.
True.
All right. Do you have any idea how I fixed the caption on the TV downstairs?
Which one are you looking at? The direct TV or the cable?
To me.
Of
I'm just gonna try a bunch of buttons here in between fights and see.
There's I think it's on the left-hand side. There's a small button that has a star on it or something. I think that's settings, but I'm not sure. All right, why don't we do this?
We're 0-1 to start off 2025.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling. But we got Krylov and Bukauskas next. Bukauskas is minus 140. Krylov is plus 115. I'll go first this time. I like Bukauskas. I like him minus 140. And, well, I think it's going to a decision. How about you?
Yeah, this is a homer pick. I like Bukauskas. I think he's got his head in the right space. And I think him joining Tom Aspinall's team has really, really changed things around for him. He's very honest with where he's at. Like, he doesn't in any way think he's the second coming, and he knows what he needs to work on. But Krylov is, again, I feel like Krylov is almost like Alex Perez, except Alex Perez did make it to the title fight. But Krylov's been around for a long time. He just doesn't find consistency. I'm gonna go with Bukauskas.
All right. Doubling up here.
No, where's this damn caption? Okay, I think I found it. There we go. Perfect. Now I can see the clock. Now I can see we sync up. I think we're only like a couple seconds apart.
But I think I was ahead of you, and that's never happened, right?
It's been rare. Yeah, usually it's the other way around. Yeah, so this bonus thing was a big deal. It only happened, I think we found out about it today or late yesterday, because the media had asked Dana White, okay, new era, new broadcast partner, more money. How's this going to spread out? In fact, we have another topic to talk about, and that's just engaging. We'll get to that in a sec. But late last year, Dana said, look, I really don't know how we're going to do it. Remember, fighters get paid to show, to win, and then there's these other bonuses that they splash around. The big money, though, comes when you get pay-per-views, but we're no longer doing pay-per-views. That's why we call them numbered events. And this is a numbered event. It's called UFC 324, but it's not a pay-per-view. If you got Paramount Plus, you got it. You get everything. And yeah, I don't want to hear from people that says, we got to pay for that. Yeah, you're right. Okay, but you still don't have to. You remember ESPN, you had to pay for that, the streaming service, and then the additional $80 a month. This, you don't. So anyway, he was saying that the one thing he knew was the bonuses will go up, but we haven't figured out what the metric will be to gauge what you should get paid instead of pay-per-view points. Now that only matters to about 20 people. I would say all the champions and probably some key contenders that may have negotiated something, or maybe some BMFs that may have negotiated something where they still get a bigger slice of the pie than mostly everyone else. Mostly everyone else is probably still on the same contract. Now, those people have every right to go, well, why am I not making more money? Well, that's, I believe, up to you to negotiate, and you could definitely bring that up when it's time to renegotiate. But again, the big money gets thrown around with numbered events. So he has no answer on that one yet. All he keeps saying is, if you've seen Dana White do the rounds of media, we have some very smart kids in the accounting room, and they're going to come up within $1 or $2 of what fighters used to make. We'll figure it out. How can I get out of this question? And he moves on. But the one hard question that he couldn't get out of was bonuses. And up until our colleague Mike Bond asking him at the press conference, he still didn't have an answer. And I think finally he hinted that he did have an answer, but he was going to share it with a source that he had promised to give that scoop to. He was asked about it again last night after Zuffa boxing. He still wouldn't divulge. So I don't know when it happened. When I woke up this morning in the morning, I saw it. It was on Junkie, and I was really pleasantly surprised. I was happy, not surprised. I had a feeling they would at least double them, and that's why they're 100. It's the least that they should have done.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they threw in that extra 25,000, that really made me happy. Goze.
It made me happy too. But I got to thinking a little bit more. And I was wondering, well, see, look, at the end of the day, it is a bonus. They don't even have to give you jack shit if they don't. If they don't want to, right? They don't want to, they don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will more questions come up? Like, are people going to be more upset about fighter pay if bonuses went away? Probably, right? It's probably their way of shutting people up a little bit. So when you go from 50 to 100, I feel like you're saying, in my eyes, it's like that's what it should have been maybe for the last 5 years. When you add in inflation, when you add in how long they've been doing it, how much more the UFC is worth now versus what it was worth, say, 10 years ago. I think it kind of should have been 100 grand.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, in a way, they're only making things right, like maybe current. And then now you have the new Paramount Plus deal. And I feel like they added in the finishing bonus to kind of make up for that. So I don't know. I guess I kind of asked myself, like, is that fair overall? If it's not, it's pretty close to, I think, right? But it's not like before the Paramount deal, they couldn't afford it. And that's why they didn't do 100 grand or didn't do finishing bonuses. It's more, well, now we got stupid money. So we're able to do this a little easier, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I thought about it a little bit more, but I think the finishing bonus has been very important. It's something that they should have had a really long time ago, and I am happy about that.
What would you have made the 100,000 then? What number would you have made that one?
I don't know, because it's kind of a slippery slope, because in a way, that's not a bad number, especially considering what some of the guys on the card, what they're making. It's way more, 100,000 bonus is way more than what they could be 25 and 25, right? You don't know. At the same time, sometimes I ask myself, well, will this at all affect the way fighters fight to a bad point where you see guys go for things that they maybe shouldn't have? And you go, man, is this like, would this be like MLB saying, every time you go for a home run, we're going to give you a bonus, and guys are out there swinging like crazy, or
And some players do have that in their contract, by the way.
A bonus for every 3-point shot or every time you go for 2, is it going to change the game? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think finishes are that easy to go for. I think it's a switch that you just go, tonight I'm going for a finish. I think for the most part, they try and go for it, but I could see a couple guys maybe rolling the dice here and there, and it does pay off.
Hey, dude, as I was turning off the captions, I must have pressed the button. I'm watching Moesha. I kept thinking I was looking at a commercial, and the commercial would never go away. So I don't know what I did, but I got to get back on Paramount Plus.
That's an old ass show, man.
I know. I'm on Channel 9. Okay, hold on. Paramount Plus. I feel so stupid. Has the next fight started yet?
Yeah, it just started.
Oh boy. Okay, we're sitting here. Oh, what?
Krylov it seemed like he might have landed a nice 1-2, but Bukauskas seems okay.
How old is Moesha? That's got to be 30 years old, no?
I think so, because it was when she first started her career. Remember, didn't she go to prom with Kobe Bryant? So I mean, imagine how young Kobe was at that time. I think that's right.
I just remember the name. I don't even know who Moesha is. Who is she? Just an actress?
Brandy, the singer.
Oh, okay. I remember her. And she went to prom with Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. So far, Both guys have landed decent shots. Krylov shoots in for a takedown. Bukauskas is able to fight it off. They're up against the cage. Think about that, man. When that happened, people were probably telling like Kobe, man, you're legit. You took Brandy to prom, and now years later the roles have been reversed, right?
Yeah, for sure. Were they the same age? Was she a young singer, or was she older and just kind of did him the favor?
She's probably older by a couple years or something. Bukauskas still hanging on up against the cage. Krylov trying to get him down.
This TV's crawling, man.
Krylov tries to go for an inside trip, cannot get it. Krylov, nice job. Finally gets a takedown, but Bukauskas just basically stands back up. A lot of energy being spent by Krylov. He's the ranked fighter here. He's number 13. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in round 1. They are right back up against the cage again.
This
Short
is some
strikes from
bullshit.
Krylov.
Goes, where's your bird?
My bird?
Yeah, Laura.
Oh, the store.
We might have to retire this TV. I don't want to hurt her feelings.
It can't be the TV. It's the box.
What box?
The cable box.
Oh. I just went through all the steps. I had Paramount Plus queued up, view live, view now, pressed it, and I'm on CBS or channel 8 or something. Paramount Plus. What else is happening in the fight? I'm relying on you now.
They're both in the center of the cage now. Krylov throws an overhand right. Not too much on it. Doesn't bother Bukauskas. They're still trying to find the distance here. Little over a minute left in round 1. Bukauskas lands a nice right hand. Didn't seem to bother Krylov too much. He threw an inside trip and got Bukauskas down for a second, but they're both back up on their feet. Krylov fakes a kick, pulls back. Bukauskas lands a nice straight left hand, then a right hand of the body. Both guys come close with their shots. They're landing decent shots. Nice right hand from Krylov. Bukauskas actually pushed Krylov back up against the cage, was about to throw a big shot and got caught himself. Now he's backpedaling a little bit. I think he was a little stunned. I wouldn't say he's hurt, but Krylov now the one stalking.
Guess what's on my TV again?
Moesha?
Yeah.
All right. Here, well, I guess you can't handle this if you can't see it.
I've done this a million times, and Paramount Plus. When I get to the point where it says Gaethje versus Pimblett, view now. I let it sit there for like 3 seconds, and I pressed the button, and it took me to Zuffa boxing. So I tried to get out of it. I landed on Moesha. So now I'm going to go through a more specific step. Live sports, all that. I'm basically going to miss the first round. Who's winning the round? Who's
this
getting
is interesting. What Paramount's doing is they're leaving it. You could see the corner, but you're watching a landman commercial.
Oh, that was the end of the first round.
This is the end of the first round, yeah.
Oh, wow. I better catch up. I want to see the second round. Who won the first round? Krylov, it sounds like.
I think so, yeah. It wasn't he didn't run through him, but I think he had more damaging shots. All right, we go round 2. Krylov comes out with a kick to the body. Bukauskas answers with a 1-2, but doesn't come anywhere near landing that. Both guys look calm. I feel like Krylov's got a little bit more zip on his punches right now, though. Scores are coming in. Looks like a couple.
Bullshit!
Krylov.
What the fuck, man? I'm back on channel 8.
Here, I'm going to just talk about something. I'll come down.
Holy cow, this thing. Get me back on ESPN. This is incredible, the steps that I went through to be where I'm at. I should record Goze as he's doing it, because you're going to get a similar reaction out of him. This is impossible. I'm not a stupid man. Here you go. Luckily, it's just a featured prelim, folks. Goze has a determined look on his face. Can he get it in one try? The little spinning pinwheel is testing his patience. He's staring at a blank TV. He's tightening all the cables and all the plugs, making sure that that's not in any way hindering him. All right, Goze, what you gonna do? What would you do here? Wouldn't you hit watch live? This looks like it's good to go, right? I went down to sports if it matters. Now there's going to be 3 options that say UFC prelims. Door number 1, door number 2, door number 3. That's the one I did, and it sent me to either Moesha or something else. Which I did. I'm crossing my fingers for you. Yeah. All right, Goze has at least verified I'm not stupid. He's resorting to plan B, it looks like. What did you do that's different? Well, I was watching it in my room, and I got on in like 5 seconds because I'm so used to watching Landman, Mobland, all those other shows. That one was quick. And here it's different. But when you said cable, I said, oh, that's true. I guess cable's a little different.
Why don't you go up and sit in my chair? Don't move anything, okay?
Yeah. All right. Be right back, folks. Well, you're almost there.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm almost there. Unless it does the same thing.
So now we're on Roku. I guess I'll finish telling you guys about Zuffa boxing. What I did see was prospects. I went in there feeling like it could be Dana White Contender Series. So I wasn't let down by the lack of talent. In other words, I wasn't expecting to see Crawford, Spence, Usage, Canelo Alvarez, nothing like that. Looks like they're in between rounds, or did someone win? Okay, looks like it might be over. No. Third round's about to begin. All right, we missed a round, folks. Sorry. Goze is going back upstairs. But I did see people that had prospects, you know, according to their record, how many years they've been involved and the skills that they had. And that made it fun because that does feel like Dana White Contender Series. So just treat it as Dana White Contender Series, but do not do a 5-hour show. Oh, boy. Wait till Goze hears what just happened. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you might have gone under Brian, right? Yeah. Just okay. Okay, it's round 3. 4:10 left in this round. I'm trying not to talk because I'm out of breath. I just went up the stairs. That means I'm out of shape too. They both look good. Neither one looks damaged, but I missed the whole round. I sure hope it's 1-1 going into this round. Maybe we can have an exciting finish. It's Bukauskas that's stalking Krylov. He just throws a 1-2, not much behind it. He just threw a nice left, though, Bukauskas did. So he still has some starch on his punches. He's in real good shape. Both guys are. Krylov lands an inside kick. Krylov more of a kicking game. Bukauskas is throwing hands. Bukauskas just connected with the left hand. He switches stances and throws a big overhand right that misses. Krylov throws 2 lefts in a row. Doesn't land. They're kind of taking turns being the aggressor, but now they're both in the center of the octagon. Right over the Monster Energy logo. I would say that definitely Bukauskas looks like a more seasoned hand striker. Krylov has this weird way of chasing you in one stance and then throwing awkward punches. You see the seats still haven't filled up yet. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people don't even know about the hour change. I hope that doesn't cause any problems. People showing up at 7 thinking, oh, I'm going to do my grand entrance right as the fights start. And then they realize they've missed the first 2. And the first 2 are really, really good. That's Rose and Natalia Silva, Jean Silva, and Arnold Allen. But it happens every year just with the time change. Yeah, I used to work in corporate America. You don't know how many people would come in late or come in early. Oh, I didn't know. Come on. Everybody got the warning. We've grown up with this, even in school. So for sure, it'll probably take at least, I kid you not, 3 to 6 months for some hardcore fans to just really be, dialed in on this. Not all of them. I mean, some people will get it right away, but you'll hear about it. There's about 105 left here in round 3. this isn't a fight of the night. I missed the whole 5 minutes, but they're not taking as many chances as I've seen other fighters take. They're throwing, but they're throwing from that distance that's just outside the real strike zone, right? They get in, they get out. They're touching, but both guys are doing a good job of rolling with the punch or just making sure not the whole punch gets through. Maybe some hand pairing. Now there's 25 seconds left. They got to know. The corners are yelling. They're probably looking at the clocks. If it's 1-1, this is the time. Cement this round. Spinning back kick thrown by Bukauskas misses, but a nice overhand lands for both guys, actually. First Bukauskas, then Krylov. Oh, now less than 10 seconds left, and Krylov really hurt Bukauskas. In fact, he finished him. 3 seconds left. Amazing finish for Nikita Krylov, who catches him. And just as Bukauskas was trying to recover, Krylov finished him, and Mark Goddard stepped in. Wow, clutch. If it was 1-1, very clutch finish by Krylov. I had a feeling he won round 1. I missed round 2, but if he was up 2-0, way to go for it, honestly, on his behalf. Because he could have coasted to the victory, right? Using the math. Here it comes. Here's the replay. It was just a stiff jab, but it was that overhand right hand that really did the damage. Bukauskas starts to get up, and then Krylov lands a couple. Oh, yeah. Right on the chin. We're 0-2 for crying out loud. We're making fun of maybe they took a step back, or maybe what if they take a step back? We've taken a step back. We're 0-2 on this watch along. We're fumbling Paramount Plus downstairs. I missed the whole round. It can't get any worse, so it's going to go up from here on out. Please hit the like button, which is the thumbs up, and kindly consider subscribing. We have 432,000 subscribers on our channel, and we'd love to continue growing. I promise you, the content is great. Just Goze and George are struggling right now, but at least we're struggling now and not before that main card, which is a banger. And that was a banger of a finish right there for Nikita Krylov. All right. It must really be a big fire Goze is putting out downstairs. I thought he would have been up here by now. I just found something out too. So neither my brother or I have much of a neck. And I think it's because we're portly, right? 2 years ago, I lost like 50 pounds and I had more of a neck. I'm like, oh, yeah, makes sense. But a lot of times when my brother's doing spinning back licker or something, I've noticed his shoulders are high up and he's really got like no neck. And now I know why. It's this chair. Your elbows are really comfortable here. So you're kind of chilling like this. And then I caught myself going, holy cow, it's me too. But yeah, no, we're more like this. Should be more like this, I suppose. Neither one of us is Cristiano Ronaldo in the neck size. Congrats to Nikita Krylov. Big win. Bukauskas congratulates him. I imagine Joe Rogan's going to step in there. Where's his volume? He said not to touch nothing. He's in really good shape, though. He shakes off a 2-fight losing streak. You're in a tough position, but tonight's your night. Most finishes in UFC light heavyweight history. Glover Teixeira at 13. Nikita Krylov is up to number 8 finishes in his career. Good on Glover, man. 13? Holy cow. It was a very tough year for him to sit out. He was shaking off 2 losses. I have more to say. I'm not done yet. Do you have any names for who do you want to fight next? Rogan asked him. He's talking in Russian. Let's see what the translator says. He's talking about his powerful right hand. He wants to fight against Jan Blachowicz. Okay. I don't know if he's in a position for that, which sounds weird because we're like, come on, give us a name. And he gives us a name, and then we're about to shit on him, right? But here's why. He just shook off a 2-fight losing streak. It was a beautiful finish. So now he's in line for either $100,000 performance of the night or at least the $25,000 in addition to win and show. But I really like Blachowicz versus Jamal Hill. There's that backstory, right? With everything that just happened with Jamal Hill and Joanna Jędrzejczyk. And Blachowicz, I think he's not trying to be, he's married, right? He's not trying to be Captain Silva, you know what? But I think he's like, that's my friend. But there's an angle here. So I'd rather see them two. Now the question is Jamal Hill ready? Jamal Hill fought last June in, where'd they go? Uzbekistan, Turkestan. Where? They went to one of those countries in the central Middle East, one of those Caucasus countries. Uzbekistan, I can't remember. And he lost to Khalil Roundtree, and then afterwards he announced that he had hurt his knee, and I guess he had some torn ligaments. So the timeline sounds to me like he would be ready in March or April at the soonest. It's usually 9 months. But because he also came back a little early from that Achilles tear a few years ago, he may want to make sure T's are crossed, I's are dotted. I's are dotted. T's are dotted. And probably fight in the summer to be absolutely sure, right? So yeah, I don't know. God bless Krylov for throwing out a name and shaking off that win or the losses and having this epic win, but I don't know. I really like Blachowicz versus Jamal Hill. Anyway, that puts that fight to the rest. Goze, how are we looking? I don't know what's going on downstairs.
So this is the world's dumbest thing. It says that we've reached the maximum amount of streamers, but that ain't true, for one. And it's just Paramount Plus's app is just being stupid right now.
Why, did you Google it? Are others having the same problem?
No, but like, let's just say other people were watching the app right now, which they're not. You can do up to 3. So this is
because I could see Jules watching it in Anaheim.
Oh yeah, you better tell her to log off right
now.
now.
That would be our third.
But either way, let's just say somebody hacked in, and that's one. Get rid of one. But yeah, you're gonna want to do that.
Here's another question. I was just in the room here, right? But I just turned off the TV. Should I have like exited Paramount Plus? Like go to the home screen? Because I can do that real quick. Maybe that's the one too. I just turned off the TV. I go, it's time to do the watch along, and I turned it off.
Turning it off would be good enough.
Okay, I'll ask her. I'll send her something. You want to switch places, or what are we gonna do? What's plan B?
I can't get it going, so you got to be Han Solo till I figure this out.
Okay. Shoot her a text and tell her that if she's watching, because I don't have my phone, and to exit for the time being, and then all right. I'm Han Solo here. So my man doesn't want me to touch anything. I think I can pull this off though. Let's see what. Well, no, actually, the screen will tell me what the next fight is. Oh, it's a TV at Gautier, and he's taking on Andre Pulyaev. I know Gautier was a big favorite. And Goze has the setup where it's best that I don't touch things. I know this much. Gautier is going to win, but I'm not going to bet him because, nor would I advise. Excuse me. Nor would I advise it because the odds are really high, and if you lose, you're screwed. I don't think he's going to lose, but anything happens in MMA. So what you can do is, if you're betting, look for Gautier by finish or by more specifically a KO or submission, if that's what you believe, and that'll usually lower the odds. Or parlay Gautier with someone else, and that can lower your odds. But now you got to win 2 fights. So you have to weigh that, right? But I think the feeling is Gautier is pretty damn good at this point. He loves his cats, and he's a star in the making, but the odds makers are hip to it, and they're not giving you playable odds. Heck, I think Umar Nurmagomedov, guys, last I checked, was minus 1,600. I mean, the amount of disrespect that is towards Davis and Figueiredo, former flyweight champ, solid bantamweight. He's taken some L's, I get it, but he's also beaten some solid bantamweights. Now, I get it. Umar Nurmagomedov is a possible champion in the making. He came up short against Merab, but he didn't embarrass himself. He did really good in that fight against Merab about a year ago. And that's his only loss. That camp produces champions and contenders, top contenders, and they definitely improve on their losses. Hell, even Usman Nurmagomedov, when he had that first fight with Paul Hughes, everybody kept thinking Paul Hughes was going to get him in the second one. That wasn't the case. He improved. So did Paul Hughes. Talking PFL, if you don't know. But yeah, Umar Nurmagomedov probably should win, but minus 1,600? Come on now. Davis and Figueiredo can crack. Umar and Usman Nurmagomedov, cousins to Khabib Nurmagomedov, they like to strike first, not wrestle. They're great wrestlers, and they'll resort to wrestling, but their preference is to come out and strike first. And Figgy can throw hands. And his ground game's not so bad. But it's more like when he's on top, right? Than anything. That's what makes him formidable, is him on top looking for arm triangles or whatever. Him off his back, I don't think poses a threat to Umar Nurmagomedov. So you better not think that that's the solution. Well, if I get taken down, I'm a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. That's fine, but we're not just playing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You got fists and forearms coming at you while that guy's possibly looking to submit you. So you better just get up. And that'll be, taxing on the body. Because Nurmi will put you right back down. Now, that camp, sometimes they say if they have an Achilles heel is that they get tired towards the end. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I haven't seen that that's costed them a lot. You should tire towards the end of a 25-round fight. And if every once in a while you come up against someone who's got cardio just like you or slightly better, no shame in that. Doesn't mean your cardio is bad. Atibia Gautier is 23. Andre Pulyaev is 28. They're both 6'4". They both weighed in at 186. Gautier's got an 81-inch reach, and Pulyaev has a 78.5-inch reach. So Gautier just 3 years younger, but man, that kid can strike.
You ready to
laugh? So Bruce Buffer's announcing them. What?
You ready to laugh?
Yeah.
Possibly. So I think I might have fixed it. And the fix was switching it to Portuguese. So it's in Portuguese, but it works.
Muito obrigado, Gozinho.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to do the switch, or you want to go in between rounds?
Now go ahead and do the switch, and I think I'm confident it should work. How stupid, huh? Yeah. Paramount Plus giving them all that love, and now
because how awful are we? We're 0-2. I missed the whole round early on, and now I'm watching it in Portuguese. So we've taken a step back.
Yeah.
We ask you guys for some patience as we shake off our watch along rust. All right, let's switch.
Okay. So I'll hold down the fort here while George is making his move down here, and then we'll swap out. But yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's their first one. I get it. But still, what a stupid fix. Here I thought I got hacked or something. But here we go, round one about to start, and we will switch.
All right, let's see if Gautier knocks him out before Goze gets upstairs. Let's see if Goze is out of breath when he gets up there. .440 left here in round one. Both guys feeling each other out. Oh, big right hand by Gautier. Knocks him down to the floor. Pulyaev gets up. He actually let him get up. He didn't follow him to the ground. And there's another big right hand. And now a knee. He is hunting him. Mark Smith's taking a good look. Pulyaev is on his feet, but he's hurt. I'm telling you, his brain is scrambled right now. Do you catch those big right hands, Goze?
You're a couple seconds ahead of me, but I'm good with that.
I'm at 407, 406, 405, 404. Gautier just landed a big elbow. See, this was not Nikita Krylov. Well, not till the end. And Bukauskas, the first 4 minutes of round three. Gautier is willing to step into that danger zone and let it go. And Krylov needs to get his respect, because if he just stands there, Gautier certainly is just launching missiles, man. There's a kick to the body by Pulyaev. It didn't really seem to rattle Gautier one bit. Gautier just keeps going forward. He's built like a tank. But again, both of them are 6'4". Gautier does have a reach advantage, although Pulyaev seems pretty long, but man, he keeps tagging him with big right hands right on my face. Stop touching his hands, touch his face. Rampage once told one of his fighters on the Ultimate season, season 7 or season 10, whatever it was. Oh my God. Every time Gautier touches him, man, Pulyaev is saved by the fence. Otherwise, he'd fall into the crowd. He's just long, lanky, awkward with his feet, and hurt, obviously. But the fence has saved Pulyaev from falling into the front row. Now there's 2:40 left here in round one. And Gautier still looking. He's using patience, though. He's not rushing it. He's just hunting. Pulyaev trying to get back in the game. Throwing some strikes. He'll definitely need a pack of ice. Even if he were to win this fight, he's gotten hit on the left side of his face quite a few times. How he's still in here is amazing, because they look like they were flush punches. Just over 2 minutes left here in round one. Pulyaev trying to use his long legs to kick to the body. Oh, that one went a little low, but didn't stop Gautier from throwing a 1-2. Boy, if you missed this fight and you had a ticket to this event, you're a fool, because this could be one of the next big stars. It reminds me of John Jones versus Stefan Bonner Goze, I think like UFC 89 or one of those, where he was like on the undercard, you know, and was looking great, but we just didn't know it at the time.
Damn.
So Pulyaev seems to have shaken out all the cobwebs. He looks like he's okay standing in front of Gautier. Doesn't mean you're not wearing damage, but what I mean is you're not seeing 3 Gautiers in front of you.
Mm-hmm. And Gautier's got a little bit of blood coming out of his eye. The outside of his left eye.
I think Pulyaev just needs to get to the end of the round and see how this cat recovers. I think Gautier's got a little bit of that mystique that Hamzat had early on, where they just mow through somebody. But once they stop finishing people in round one, or all of a sudden the other person rallies, how do you rally, right? How do you come back? In a way, this is good for Gautier. But I bet you that 100,000 was probably tempting. Pulyaev is very, very consistent with his kicks. They're all to the body, basically. So he's investing in the body, but with his kicks. A low kick there by Gautier. The ref takes a quick timeout, but basically I think Pulyaev was ready to go. Pulyaev goes back to the body. Gautier's doing a good job of blocking that liver side. That's the end of the round. Gautier's walking a little slow back to his corner. You okay? Is it the end of your round yet?
I'm 3 seconds behind you. Today has been the most frustrating day as far as watch-alongs go. We had a couple things happen at the during the preview show as well. But yeah, I think it's all figured out. You just got to watch it in Portuguese, which is dumb to have to do it. But I guess you give them their pass. It's their first show, although it seems kind of a basic thing to have under control.
Juliet.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
She's sending me actually her winners for the main card.
Who?
Juliet.
You're right. It is this chair thing that gives me no neck when you put your shoulders here. It makes it go like that.
Yeah, because I was staring at myself. I'm like, wait, where did my neck go? But yeah, it's comfy to have your shoulders there or your elbows there. And I go, oh, I think that's happened to Goze from time to time because there'll be times Goze when you're like this on spinning backward.
R2D2.
The second round is underway. Back to the body with Pulyaev and his kicks. Gautier slowed down a little bit. I mean, he's ready to throw his hands, but obviously the first round's when he really comes out swinging. Right now, I think he wants to be efficient, make them count. And I'll tell you what, man, he throws hard. It looks like part of it catches Pulyaev, and Pulyaev gets out of the way. But he really wants to put his lights out with one punch if he can. Another kick to the body by Pulyaev. And now Gautier's starting to throw his big right hand, but he's just not catching him. Almost like Pulyaev has a beat on it.
Yeah.
He just steps away from it, and he's not catching it flush like he did the first three. And now he just kicked him to the body again and landed to the face. Might we have an upset, Goze? Let me check the
It'd be a hell of a comeback.
Live odds.
You know what moment kind of scares me, George? When we have to switch to the main card, if they make you do that, because now you're not paying for it. But I did see a slot there that said main card.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get some live odds here. I'm going to quote you guys what the odds were before the fight. First, it looked like it went off at minus 1,000 to minus 1,200 for Gautier. And now the live odds, with him being up 10-9, by the way. But now we're in round two, and Pulyaev is doing well. He's not pulling away by any stretch of the imagination. But Gautier's down to 330 goes. Pulyaev is now plus 235. So the odds have come considerably down a lot.
Gautier is just a specimen, dude.
But now the question, big right hand lands for Gautier. He knocks him down. He comes in swinging again, but Pulyaev gets out of the way of that one.
Kind of hit him behind the ear, huh?
Yeah, so that's like 2 or 3 knockdowns here. And that means Gautier's probably winning this round. And I just saw the live odds go to minus 615. So Gautier might have taken control of the round, whereas Pulyaev looked like he was maybe easing into a 10-9 to tie it into round 3 with a Gautier that's slowing down. Now Gautier could be up 2-0. Oh, nice head kick now for Pulyaev and a punch.
He's got blood coming out of his nose now, too.
And now the live odds are off the board. Oh, big overhand right for Gautier. I could see the odds coming back on for Gautier. Another big right hand for Gautier. He puts him on the ground. Pulyaev gets up. Gautier now lands a knee and a big right. Now Gautier is going for the finish. He mixes in the body. He is swinging so hard, goes head kick as well, and Pulyaev takes it. Mark Smith's not even close to stopping it, by the way.
I
thought Pulyaev was hurt, like really bad.
Is he on roller skates or what? Like the big punches don't seem to put him down, but the ones that graze him on the side of the head do.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But Pulyaev is a tough mofo. Kind of keep an eye on him in his future bouts. Like he, because I think Gautier is going to wind up being a really, really top fighter. Going
Seems like he's
forward.
got stuff to solve though.
Oh man, he just kicked him in the face, but he only caught the end of it. But he looked like Glass Joe the way his head turned. Gautier, I think, knows he doesn't have that type of gas. So that's why he's being very, very proficient and efficient with his strikes. He went for it when he thought he had him finished, but now he's definitely slowed down right now. He's just trying to make sure his defense is on point. I think he knows he can probably take this round based on the 2 knockdowns. Was it 2 or 3 maybe? And that flurry. So now he just has to make sure he doesn't get caught. I'm telling you, that kick to the head caught his attention, though, because Pulyaev had been working the body over and over and over, and then he went to the head, and then he also landed a strike right after it. 20 seconds left here in round 2. This may be about survival in round 3, especially if Pulyaev feels like I can go real hard for 5 minutes. I just got to empty the gas tank. He just went up to the head again. Gautier doing a good job of keeping a hand in the area so he absorbed some of it through the arm and the hand. But man, Pulyaev was on point with the kick. And that's the end of the round. Okay, Gautier is now minus 1635. Pulyaev plus 550 on live odds. And that's huge because, okay, it's more than obvious. He's up 2 rounds to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, does he have 5 minutes of gas to protect himself from Pulyaev, unloading on him?
He looks a little tired. We get to see him here in the corner. You see the same thing, right? You get an ad and then you see the fighter on the right-hand side.
I'm seeing an ad for Holloway and probably Oliveira, BMF.
They showed Gautier and he looked a little tired. Man. Gonna have a lot to talk about on spinning back click.
Well, yeah, Zuffa boxing on its own is definitely a topic. Okay, round 3 has just begun. Pulyaev definitely looks fresher, and considering all the times he's been knocked down, which has to be about 5. Oh, and he just took a hard shot. He's still there. Looks alert too. I don't know how he'll feel tomorrow. Gautier still stalking him, looking for his moment. Pulyaev throwing more hands now than kicks. He just went for a big overhand left that missed. Not much happening here. Gautier just landed a punch to the side of the head. I thought that might be some trouble there for him. See, the thing is, Pulyaev is really, really like I say, long and lanky. So when he does get hit, he's just kind of awkward in the way he moves. It looks like he could be on his way to face planting, or he somehow recovers it and he's standing right in front of you again.
This fight kind of has you on the edge of your seat because you feel like Pulyaev could pull something out at any second, but at the same time, Gautier could knock him into oblivion at any second.
Right. And most over-unders are 2.5 rounds. I didn't even bother to see what this one was. But a lot of people are on the edge of the seat because of that. Who doesn't usually bet Gautier and the under, And if it's 2.5, because some houses have 1.5, some have 2.5, the odds differ. He's only got less than a minute to finish this guy. And he just threw some heavy strikes right now. In fact, Pulyaev had to reach back to touch the fence just to get his bearings. 307, 306. That's one way to get the odds down, is to parlay it with something else. So anyone that's got Gautier under, which I got to imagine is a lot of bettors, they're sweating these last 30 seconds. I don't think anyone would take Gautier to the over, and I don't think anyone would take Gautier alone, but maybe Gautier to someone else.
That would be a crazy bet.
Someone might take Pulyaev by probably decision, I think. Okay, so we're almost there. Yeah, this fight's going over. Gautier's getting valuable experience here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he just got kicked in the head. That wasn't valuable.
When Pulyaev throws straight punches, he seems to land. He's just, I don't know, he's awkward.
Mm-hmm. But if you can go the distance with this guy, that's even if you lose, it's got to be a boost.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can definitely tell this guy's a talent. I don't know if he'll wind up being a world champ or anything like that, but he'll be someone that has more wins than losses in his career easily. And now we're down to 145. Kick to the body. Pulyaev investing in the body again. It might be too late for that. But he throws him really good. Gautier's absorbing a lot, man. I've already said enough about what Pulyev's absorbing. He's gonna have a headache tomorrow.
Hell yeah. His ass is gonna hurt too from falling down so much.
Mm-hmm. I think Gautier is just thinking if there's an opening, great, but I'm not gonna force this either. He's probably willing to even lose this round, but just not get caught. And I'm not saying that's the case, but now the Gautier odds are minus 5,000, Pulyaev plus 1,000. You know what? I'm gonna put $10 on. No, $5. What if he lands something here in the last minute? Nah, that's a dumb bet. That's only $5. 5 to win 55. 35 seconds left here. Pulyaev lands a nice left hand. Then he kicks him in the body. Doesn't seem to bother Gautier too much. 27 seconds left. Pulyaev still looking for his opening. See, he doesn't cross into enemy territory too much. The phone booth area, the danger zone. He kicks more from a distance. He's really careful about that. He's smart too. He doesn't look like he wants to go for a strong finish. We're less than 10 seconds. $5 out the window. But at least we won the Gautier bet, Goze.
Yeah.
We had to sweat even a minus 1,200 favorite.
Yeah, odd night, man.
I think they're still going to interview him because he's such a big prospect, regardless if it was a decision or not. I mean, he did have 5 knockdowns. That's entertainment. That's sports entertainment. Gautier is bleeding a little bit.
It's good experience for him.
Uh-huh.
He needed that. By the way, fighters who miss weight are not eligible for that $25,000 bonus.
How do you know, Goze?
A source.
Oh, okay. So they're not eligible for the big bonus of 100,000, nor the finishing bonus of 25.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. All these people are at the. I'm looking at a red carpet.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of Paramount Plus stars there, right?
Yeah. And Paramount Plus does a good job of using big name talent. Jeremy Renner, Sylvester Stallone, Dana Delaney, is that her name?
Who's that?
Samuel L. Jackson. She's the squeeze of Sylvester Stallone and Tulsa King, his lady. Samuel L. Jackson. Did it look like Pulyaev was upset? Or was he joking?
Yeah. No, I think he thought it was a bad decision.
Oh my God, really? Yeah, I don't know about all that. Let me see. Jeremy Renner, Tulsa King, Sylvester Stallone, Dana Delaney, I think is her name. Samuel L. Jackson just popped in, but he did more of a cameo. The kid from the Wonder Years is a man now. And
Great.
then Landman. I mean, they come in with Demi Moore and Billy Bob and what's Virgil Earp's real name? Sam Elliott.
Mm-hmm. The kid
Andy
from the
Garcia?
Wonder Years is in Tulsa King?
Or what was it? Yeah, I think so, right?
Fred Savage?
Huh? Yeah, isn't that him in the first season? He was the little weasel that he had moved to Tulsa. I guess he was a rat, and I think
Oh, I know who I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you're talking about and I think you're thinking of the kid from Doogie Howser, right? Wasn't he on The Sopranos too? But I don't think that's him.
oh, okay.
That'd be crazy if it was. I don't have to go back and look.
I want to look it up right now. Oh yeah, I don't think it's Fred Savage, but I forget what that guy's name is. Because I'm looking at Fred Savage right now, and the recent picture doesn't look like him.
Umar Nurmagomedov, man, I like watching him fight. Davidson Figueiredo, oh, it's such a weird career for that guy. He can be so frustrating at times. But Umar's minus 2,000, George.
I know.
Figueiredo plus 950. I mean,
I'll take $10 on Figueiredo.
I'm going to turn in. Let's see.
I mean, I think Umar's going to win, but I ain't going to bet 2,000 to win 100 on Umar. You could stub a toe. I mean, well, I mean, I'd take more than that, but you know what I mean.
I'm going to actually turn in Umar, but by decision.
I wonder what Figgy is by knockout, because that's the only way he can win, I think.
Figgy by knockout would be plus 3,000. You want that to be your bet?
Yes. But I can't emphasize enough how Umar Nurmagomedov is going to win and probably dominate. He might submit him too. But yeah, that's just too much money to put up. The odds aren't in my favor. Goze, I found a Davidson Figueiredo by KO in round 1. $10 will make $500.
Really?
Yeah. Umar's awesome. I did. Umar's awesome. He's just, him and his brother are for me, they're very fun to watch because I like that they really do come to, their striking is very polished. They like to strike first. His brother's not here, by the way. His brother fights next week against Alfie Davis, or the following week, I should say, in Dubai. But cousin Habib is there, the leader of Eagle MMA. And I think that's all that matters. Big fight for him because, look, if he can make some noise and look great. Oh, Islam's in his corner, too. If he can look great, get a finish, he's got to fight off O'Malley, who's got to win over the current champion, Petr Yan. And he's got to fight off Merab, the 2024 fight of the year for MMA Junkie and a lot of other outlets as well. When a champion defends at least 3 times, usually they get an immediate rematch. Most of us don't want that from Merab because we wanted him to basically rest his body a little bit. He's just been, he looked tired in his last fight. And I say that tap dancing and making sure I don't disrespect Petr Yan because he's been brilliant. And I've been championing Petr Yan's return since he even won those 2 fights. He just looked different to me, and I thought he was a good candidate to fight for the title. But yeah, that this division has a lot of possible contenders. So We shall see. Old boy Mario Batista too. You can't forget about him. I know he took a L in his last fight, but he got some respect. In fact, Mario Batista, he's going to be headlining a pay-per-view. No, sorry, a fight night in Las Vegas in a couple weeks. So even off of a loss, they promoted him. It was Umar, by the way, who he fought in Abu Dhabi. They went 3 rounds, but Bautista really, really fought him well. So he gained respect. Habib showed him a lot of respect. And so he's obviously trailing these guys, but he's got Vinicius Oliveira on February 7th, UFC Fight Night 266.
They have him as -6. Oh yeah, he is 1,600 here. He was 2,000 a second ago.
Well, it moves around a lot. We all use different houses, and for example, on bestfightodds.com, it'll give you different houses real quick. FanDuel -1,500, Caesars -1,800, BetMGM -2,000, Bet Rivers -1,667, Betway -1,587, Unibet -1,667. So it can vary. And they're off and running. Here we go. Remember, Figgy does have power and he's fast, but so is Umar. Look at the size difference. Figgy was too big for flyweight, but I'm not sure he's big enough for bantamweight. He kind of faked the takedown there. That's kind of funny. Jeez, it looks like they're two weight classes apart.
Yeah, I mean, he's bigger.
I just remember when Figgy was way bigger than Joseph Benavidez when they fought for the title. So there's not too much to report here, folks. We're 1 minute in. They're feeling each other out. Maybe one punch and one kick have been thrown by each guy, and that's it. But they're still standing, and that favors Figgy. I don't think it's the end of the world if he gets taken down in the last minute. I think he can survive that. He just threw a nice leg kick, but Umar was able to lift his leg so he didn't get a stationary target there. But what I don't think Figgy can survive is getting taken down in the first minute. That's where these guys learn to smother you and eventually finish you.
Man, not a whole lot of action at all here.
Not at all, yeah. And Umar needs to make the UFC pay for making him a prelim fighter and not a main card fighter.
Plus, he's kind of fighting Sean O'Malley, right? People are saying could be Sean O'Malley. You know how much they love to push him.
Yeah. It looked like Figgy snuck in a nice right hand there, by the way. Now they're tied up. And Umar separates, throwing punches. But it looked like Figgy had landed something. He kind of snuck in a big overhand right. They tied up so quickly, it was hard to tell if it really bothered Umar. A nice kick to the body by Umar Nurmagomedov. 2:30 left here in round 1. I don't think this fight goes to the distance. I think it's a long shot for Figgy to win, but if he is, he's going to crack him, and it'll probably be early. And then the other way is there's just so many ways Umar can win the fight. But like I say, I think he wants to leave an impression. One way to do that is to go after him and get the finish. Now he gets a single. He does get the fight down. And Figueiredo almost got right back up, and he's threatening with the guillotine. He's back to his feet. I think he's going to let go of the guillotine, and he does. 155 left here in round 1. But he kind of wins that little mini battle. Umar got him down, but didn't do anything with it. So you can't really credit him for the takedown. At least that's how I interpret the rules, and that's how they've told us to interpret the rules. You got to do something with the takedown. And Figgy got up so quickly that If anything, he had a submission attempt with the guillotine, although he really, really never cinched it in.
But it's got to be worth something, right? What is it worth?
It's nothing.
It's got to be something, George.
The
You can't take
takedown?
a human. You can't take a human off of their
That's what
feet
the rules
and
say.
onto their
I mean,
ass.
I agree with you, but the rules clearly say that if you didn't do anything with it, it's nothing.
To
But
me,
you're
it's
right.
it's got to at least be the equivalent of landing a straight right hand or something, you know?
Yeah, you would think. He does have him down now. 105 left here in round one. Let's see what he can do with it. It's up against the fence. I can't tell if it's a full guard or half guard. We have an opposite angle where I see the top of their heads. Half guard. Umar's trying to pull him away. Now he's back in full guard. 45 seconds left. So now we have a takedown with a little bit of ground and pound. Figgy basically surviving more than anything. He's wrapped all around him like an anaconda. His legs were even locked up into us half a second ago. Umar's throwing shots to the body. He hasn't really postured up much to throw elbows or fists from a more upright position. They are pretty much belly to belly right here on the ground. And so you got pitter-patter punches. But I guess it's something. 10 seconds left.
You hear the arena, though? You can clearly hear the corners. The fans just don't like this type of fight a lot of times.
Right.
And the UFC don't now. Umar's opening up. He's throwing bombs.
Yeah. Umar, by the way, did start to throw some punches. But while he was doing it, Figgy did a good job of throwing some elbows from the bottom. Sometimes those can cut you.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, this doesn't look like a minus 2,000 fighter versus a plus 1,000 fighter. Figgy hung in there. It's a 10-9 for Nurmi.
Do you have live odds?
Yeah. But let's see.
That's changed.
Let's see what they're. I wish we actually knew their energy meters, to see where they're really at. Umar might have taken something out of Figgy on this. Now, Figgy's done 5-round fights. He was a former world champ. But, this is a higher weight class, too. Okay, your live odds are Umar Nurmagomedov minus 3,135. Davis and Figueiredo plus 1010. That means the bookies think that Umar Nurmagomedov is going to continue to dominate and that he's banked a 10-9. I can't tell if Umar has maybe you see that little bulge that he has on the side of his ribs on the left side?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a few fighters have that. Some get it corrected. Others just have it. Like, I don't think it's a hernia or a rib.
I can't remember what the odds are, but it's pretty high that people are born with an extra rib.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's it then. So right now, Figgy looks comfortable, man. He doesn't look like he's sweating the takedown. Like when he's throwing his punches, he's overextending and trying to really hit the target, not kind of pulling back and just arm punching. And so Umar has to respect that. A few times he's had to use head movement or just flat out duck to get out of the way. But the Nurmagomedovs are great at timing. And Figgy needs to make sure he also doesn't compromise himself by missing and getting taken down with 4 minutes left. Right now, there's 3:55 left, but that would be a bit early. So that's all I'm saying. You're going to get taken down. Just don't do it now because it's really hard to get up. I mean, a nice kick to the head by Nurmagomedov, except Figgy kind of caught it while he slipped, and now Figgy's on top. But now Umar Nurmagomedov's turning into him. Figgy's not heavy enough to keep him there, and now Umar Nurmagomedov gets right back up. Figgy was going to maybe try and spin around and take his back, but
he had a nice position, man. He gave it up too easily.
And I think some of it just has to do with Umar's a big, strong kid, man.
Yeah. It's 1 in 200 people have extra rib.
Okay. Maybe it's that then. I didn't know that. I think Gil Melendez, or he's got the shoulder thing, right? That pops out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a few fighters that you can see like this little protrusion, or Damian Maya. I can't remember. You see it every once in a while, but they keep fighting and it doesn't seem to bother them. Kicks to the body by Umar Nurmagomedov. He keeps switching stances. And now we're at 240 left here in round 2. It's all, well, no, not all. It's mostly striking. Davison switching his stance a little. Umar tries to kick to the head and misses. Throws another one and misses. Figgy's got to do something, though. You can't complain. All he did was lay on me, because that is not really the case. So since you're just striking, strike. How you going to win the fight? Unless you're just here to cash checks. Oh, and now eventually Umar ducks in, misses with the takedown. Figgy uses some nice athleticism and some underhooks. Might have took a little bit of a knee from Umar Nurmagomedov, but he's up. And there's 153, 152, 151, 150 left in round 2.
Did you see Umar grimace a little bit?
I did not.
I'm curious if he hurt himself when he shot in. Don't look like it, though.
Well, let's go back to Alexander Hernandez Goze and Michael Johnson real quick. There's 130 left here in this fight, so I'll try and do both. I'm hearing that possibly Alexander Hernandez was going to fight through an injury, or that there might be an injury, and so that's why there was a little bit of line movement. So I don't know. There's a difference between leaking it, right, to the benefit of those that want to bet on Johnson, and maybe just, how can I put it to you? Maybe just someone observing a limp and then coming in with a big bet, or the same people seeing the same thing. What was the fight recently where somebody was walking around and they looked like shit, and everybody noticed the same thing, but nobody treated it like it was some gambling
thing, right, or something like that?
What
was it, a leg thing or something like that?
I can't remember. It was towards the end of last year. But I do like that the UFC, if it was on the UFC and they did it and they're like, hey, look, we want to keep our reputation clean, we don't want any problems, then they probably did the right thing. And by the way, very impressive what Davis and Figueiredo just did. He just fought off some takedowns with pure strength and balance. Umar had him in his grasp, and he just wanted to put him down, and he couldn't. Very, very impressive. And now he's swinging a big right hand. Looks like he's got some confidence here. There's 13 seconds left, and Davison's just swinging hard. He's like, you ain't going to take me down that easily. We're going to strike. Now, that's
getting tired.
When the Nurmagomedovs can strike too. So this has turned into a fun fight these last 30 seconds. Great way to end round 2. But now Figgy, look at him. He's got a nice smile on him. He's breathing kind of hard, but I think he's thinking, okay, there's a path to victory here,
Yeah. I mean, look, not every Nurmagomedov is exactly the same, right? Some are a little bit stronger in different areas. But I think it's a little bit of momentum that Figgy can carry into going into round 3.
What an upset this would be if Figgy could somehow touch him and put him down at the end of this round, or in this round.
Can you imagine doing all that and not getting a bonus?
Wait a minute. Did Figgy miss weight?
Did he miss weight?
Oh, I think you're right. Oh, that would be brutal. Yeah, he was throwing hard punches at the end of this round. He had confidence from not getting taken down. But yeah, going back to Alexander Hernandez, I heard, stuff like that. It may have even been in the report I read on Junkie. But maybe, Umar, you saw that grimace. These fighters pass each other in the UFC PI and the fighter hotel, camps talk. Some people can blow something out of proportion or whatever, and look at all the stuff that Justin Gaethje had to suffer because of that. Whatever he had on his neck, it looked like staph infection. Luckily, it didn't stop him from fighting. I'm sure he didn't hide that one. The doctors had to talk about
fights, George.
Yeah, exactly.
Not anything he's brought up or anything that's pretty obvious. Just fights.
Yeah, Justin, he really had a weird week. He got into it with Daniel Cormier, who's a real close friend of his. They actually golf together a lot. and he came at DC when DC interviewed him for his YouTube channel. Hey, why you putting it out there that we all got a raise? I didn't get a raise. And then in a way with Dana, he beefed because he said the UFC didn't up my pay.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't come directly at Dana. When you say the UFC, you mean Dana. Dana said we offered him more money, he just didn't answer, which that's got to probably put him in some trouble with whoever manages his career, which he's managed by dominance. Does that mean this rested on dominance? Or could Dana be stretching the truth? Maybe it was just a phone call. Maybe there wasn't an actual offer and the phone call wasn't returned. The kid seems to really buckle down when it's time for camp. Maybe he doesn't answer a lot of calls. I don't know. But then him and the reporter kind of went at it. When the reporter, Diego, I believe was his name, he's a Brazilian guy. He's been doing it for a long time. He doesn't really come in with gotcha questions, but he said, hey, it's real noticeable. I'm standing right next to you. And what do you have here on your neck? And Gaethje said, well, you ever heard of HIPAA laws is what he meant to say, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded like he said HIPAA. But HIPAA laws, meaning, when a medical person, your doctor or whatever, they can't just tell everybody what's wrong with you. So I don't know. Could he have handled them differently? Probably.
Yeah.
But he was really, really contentious with everyone. 2:40 left here in round 3.
See, Nurmagomedov is on top right now. Towards the end of round 1, he postured up. He started throwing bombs. I'd like to see him do that a little earlier.
Me too. He's got a full guard on him, so it's going to make it a little tougher to do, but also it's going to make it tougher for Deiveson Figueiredo to get up. He's just surviving, and in a fight that he's losing probably 20-18, he can't just do this.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to unlock his legs, try and sweep him, or maybe push off his hips and try and scramble out. And Nurmagomedov at some point is going to posture up and throw some bombs. So you might as well try and get out of it now. But your only way to win is probably by KO and you're on your back. So you're not going to submit him. Okay, now he's creating a scramble. Umar's still hip to it, though. He is in a half guard, but he's still in control. He moves over to side control. No, he's back in full guard. So Deiveson did try something. It's just that Umar didn't let him. Now Umar's over, back into half guard, looking to maybe get into full mount. There's 120 left here in round 3. I don't want to say this fight's over, but I think it's over. I don't think Umar's going to let him get back up. And now he just threw a big elbow. But again, Deiveson, I thought, had some pretty good moments. It didn't look like a minus 2,000 versus a plus 1,000. And Sean O'Malley's got to be smiling in the back. Goze.
He left him an opening.
This doesn't help Umar Nurmagomedov's campaign to be next to fight Peter Yan. Murad Dvalishvili's got to be smiling too.
Honestly, it should be enough, right, when you think about it, but that's just not the way the UFC rolls.
Well, the UFC rolls in the most bizarre way. Umar Nurmagomedov had a great fight against Murad Dvalishvili. There's 20 seconds left, folks. If something happens, we'll tell you. Umar Nurmagomedov last January 2025 had a great fight against Murad Dvalishvili. I think he lost 3 rounds to 2. But nobody said that fight sucked. Some people even said it was a possible fight of the year. Yet now he might have Bautista and Deiveson as wins since then, yet he might not get a title shot.
Crazy, right?
Now one could say, hey, this weight class is stacked, dog. Cut the UFC a break. Okay. May I present you this? Alexander Volkanovski decisively beat Diego Lopez. No questions. Even Diego Lopez admitted it. What does Diego Lopez do? He goes out, fights John Silva, had some moments where he was about to lose, and then lands a nice spinning back elbow, puts out John Silva. Great for Diego Lopez. Who doesn't like Diego Lopez, all right? But that's only one fight. And remember, he didn't look that great in the title fight, whereas Umar did. And yet Umar might not get a title shot because of what we're saying. There's O'Malley creeping. Murad Dvalishvili's out there. And yet Diego Lopez did get a fight, did get a title fight. Now that's on the UFC. That's why the UFC, when Dana says, hey, you guys shut up, we got this, you don't always got it. Most of the time you do. Most of the time I think we all agree. But that was a big fumble because you have clearly Lerone Murphy and Movsar Evloev out there making some noise, and they're undefeated, guys. One of them should have been snuck in there as an opponent for Volkanovski, and then if Volkanovski beat that opponent, sure, fight Diego Lopez again. I have no problem with these fights. Once they happen, that fight's gonna happen in a week. Of course, I'm gonna watch it, and I anticipate Diego Lopez is gonna do a lot better. But the fact remains, our eyeballs don't, what we witnessed, it wasn't a lie. And so that's what's confusing for anyone that's a hardcore fan, and especially people that follow. It's our job to follow. We get paid to follow it. We have to point these things out, not because we're dicks or UFC haters or we like to come at Dana White or we're never happy or not. No, it's just, kind of like a restaurant brings you a meal. What if the meal's not good? You're not allowed to go. That wasn't as good as the last time. The last time I came here, the chicken parm was on point. But this time the gravy wasn't that good or whatever. We challenge them to get better is what we do. Congrats to Nurmagomedov. I didn't hear it, but it must have been 30-27 across the board.
You can't even argue that, but Lerone Murphy is not exciting to watch. Yeah, he is. Evloev, maybe you can make that argument.
Right. Yeah, no, I hear that too. Murphy's last finish was very exciting. Evloev had his hands full with Aljo for sure. But he's 20-0, that's something, man. It's not nothing. It's something. Okay, is that the end of the prelims then? Yeah, right? Yeah, because 6 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we now go to the main card. So I want to make sure.
Doing it on its own for me. How about you?
Oh, good.
What's going on with Dominic Cruz there? No, now it switched.
Dominic Cruz?
Yeah, they had him in the corner. They were showing Dominic Cruz highlights.
Oh, I don't know. Mine's still transitioning. Am I off in what I'm saying, though? You understand what I'm saying? Each division, one's 135 and one's 145, and then the situations are just completely polar opposite with what's going on. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. I believe I know what you were saying.
So when Dana says Masvidal versus McGregor, that's some goofy shit. I'm like, yeah, I guess. I mean, Masvidal did retire a few years ago. Conor hasn't fought for about 5 years, I think, or something like that. Yeah, maybe it is a little goofy, but we're just speculating that Conor really is coming back, and Masvidal technically is one of Trump's favorites. That ain't that goofy, especially if you ruled out Chandler. What's so goofy about that? Unless Nate Diaz is in the pool, I'd love to see that trilogy, sure, but it ain't that goofy. But putting in Lopez against Volkanovski is goofy. Not from Lopez's side. He did his job. He went out and got a win and put himself in the position. But Volk beat someone and then beat no one else, and now he's got to fight someone he already beat cleanly. That's the UFC's bad. It's not Volk's bad. He was ready to go. He even said, "I'll take on Movsar Evloev or whatever." That's goofy to me. I'll get over it. I'll still watch it, but that's goofy.
Man, Paramount Plus is being goofy. Were you able to switch over?
I'm seeing highlights here. I do see Cruz. Oh, are they going to acknowledge Cruz maybe for a Hall of Fame?
I'm frozen. It said an error occurred.
So Paramount Plus is being goofy.
Yeah,
it's in Portuguese. I think Dominic Cruz is going to be put in the Hall of Fame because I'm seeing a highlight package, but it's in Portuguese. I got the volume down, but this just kind of has that feel to it, Well deserved, by the way. That's what it smells like to me. I smell what the Rock's cooking. In fact, I mean, what's the 20
modern era?
Yeah, okay. 2026 UFC Hall of Fame inductees. Who do we have so far? Oh, this is the first one, Goze.
Good for him. Yeah, definitely a name that needs to be in there.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that anyone's ever done it, and I hope no one steals this.
For the love of God.
There's Dominic Cruz being shown, his colleagues giving him some love, including fellow Hall of Famer Michael Bisping. There's Chris Weidman. And then who's that? Keith Scott goes?
Now I'm getting the too many streams. Don't make me hate you, Paramount Plus.
Is Dan?
Yeah, that's Kate Scott. No, nobody is. I checked everyone that could possibly. I even deleted all the profiles just in case. It's just a dumb little fumble that they have.
Okay. So what are you gonna do?
I switched it to Spanish, and looks like Spanish is working.
All right. So what we'll have to do for sure is, unless you want to do it now, change the password and just enter.
Not now, but yeah.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't make sense because, like, even if somebody hacked you, let's say, switching it to a different language doesn't mean it's a different stream, right? Like, you would still be at a maxed things. Oh man, now it is doing it.
True.
Let me try Portuguese.
I can hang in. I can if I can sustain the broadcast. Oh wait, would that punt me if we switch the password?
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with passwords right now.
Okay.
Punt everyone.
All right, so let me talk about Dominic Cruz a little bit, and I'm going to tell you what I had always said was this. I've always wondered if some fighters stuck around longer than they should have, but for the detriment of their standing. Here's what I mean. Dominic Cruz, I'm going to go over his career right now. He was the WEC bantamweight champion. At that time, the UFC did not have nor bantamweight nor featherweight. So basically, if you were the champ there, you were acknowledged as the best bantamweight in the world. And he won the bantamweight title after a little featherweight run that he had, where I think he went 9-1 with only one fight in the WEC. It was for the title, and he lost to Uriah Faber. Yes, folks, he did lose once to Uriah Faber. Then he dropped down to bantamweight, and he knocked off, let's see here, 3 cats. Four. Charlie Valencia, Ian McCall, Ivan Lopez, Joseph Benavidez, all respected. Joseph Benavidez was competing because there was no flyweight division, at least not at the WEC. And then he won the bantamweight title from Brian Bowles. So now he's 15-1, folks. He's won the WEC title. His only loss is to Uriah Faber, who at that time I think was the featherweight champ in the WEC. So no harm, no foul there. Oh, was that Ryan Bennett?
Yeah.
Very cool. We'll tell you about Ryan Bennett a little later in the episode and a little later in this watch along. Then he goes to 16-1 when he defeated Joseph Benavidez again. By the way, I thought he lost that one, but the judges disagreed with me. It was a split decision, and he beat Joseph. Joseph eventually would drop down to featherweight. He also beat Demetrius Johnson, another one who would drop down to featherweight. He beat Uriah Faber again, so now they're 1-1. He beat Scott Jorgensen. All these are respected names, by the way. Anyway, he gets to about 19-1 with the win over Demetrius Johnson, which was, by then he had become the UFC champ, and so he had 2 title defenses as WEC and 2 title defenses as UFC champ. 4 altogether. I count them as 4, even though they're technically 2 UFCs. And he hurt his knee while he was training, while he was filming The Ultimate Fighter. He missed 3 years, and then he came back in 2014 and starched Takeya Mizugaki. That's why he says there's no such thing as ring rust. How can you argue with him? He came back after 3 years and beat a good fighter. So it's not like you can say anything, right? You just had to give him that. Even though most fighters will tell you, yeah, after about 9 months or a year, there's ring rust. But he looked great. You had to give it to him. You just had to give it to him. He looked great. So now he's 20-1. He fights TJ Dillashaw, who's champ at this point, and beats him. And then he defends against Uriah Faber. So now he's avenged his only loss and won that trilogy against Uriah Faber. He beat TJ Dillashaw. He had a great record, by the way, against Team Alpha Male. And he's got 5 title defenses at 22-1. At 22-1 goes, if he had just said, I'm out, I retire, that's almost a spotless resume if you think about it. 1 loss, and you've come back to beat that guy to win the trilogy, and you got 5 title defenses, and you overcame a serious injury. I mean, you're up there in top 10 territory, possibly top 5. Who knows? At least top 10. It's hard to break into John Jones, George St. Pierre, Demetrius Johnson, Anderson Silva, Jose Aldo. Those guys have more title defenses. But remember, he did have that win over Demetrius Johnson. Granted, Demetrius Johnson was fighting up, right? And then he went on to have 11 title defenses. So he didn't, though. He kept fighting. And I'm not saying he was a jerk for doing so. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying I can do the same thing with Daniel Cormier. He comes back and he got styled on by Cody Garbrandt. Then he lost to Henry Cejudo. And that one hurt him because both of these guys knew each other through the wrestling scene at oh, look at Paramount Plus. Go splash in there. You see that?
I'm still trying to figure this out.
Oh, you want to just come downstairs and we'll speak into the same mic? Oh, it looks good. The arena looks good.
Yeah.
Production looks really tight. I love it. Yeah, Henry Cejudo and him grew up, rivals in Arizona through the wrestling scene. And then he beat Casey Kenny and Pedro Munoz. Then he lost to Marlon Vera. So he went 2-3 after that one point where he could have just said, I'm good. Now, granted, that was 5 extra paychecks, but none of it added to his resume. He, like I say, he went 2-3. But if he had retired at 22-1 with 5 title defenses, and he avenged his only loss, and he beat his heated rival Uriah Faber, he would be a lot higher, I think. But some of these guys, they stick around a few fights too many. You look at Anderson Silva's record. Oof. Him and BJ Penn, man, some of those guys took some of those L's at the end, and you're like, but man, if you remember how great they were, and then others like GSP, out. They didn't suffer those losses towards the end. John Jones is playing it pretty safe as well. If we have a lull in the action, I'll talk a little bit more about where Daniel Cormier could have tiptoed out of the sport, and maybe his ranking would be a lot higher. And I'm talking about the creme de la creme, by the way. But that's the difference, is those resumes at the top, man. Some of them are almost spotless. Okay, so this is the beginning of the main card. Mine transitioned seamlessly. I don't know what Goze's update is, but I got to admit that it looked pretty cool production watching it on TV. I need to watch Zuffa Boxing, a replay, to see how it came off on TV. At the Apex, it looked okay. Like Goze said, it was pretty empty until the end, but it did start at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. But towards the end, the Apex filled up pretty nicely. It looked like everyone was having a good time, but the production can make it seem differently, right? And here, when I was watching it and Bruce Buffer started talking and the lights and everything, and the Paramount era, for me, it came off to a great start. I mean, we'll obviously put a few things aside with streaming issues and multiple stream issues and all that. But as far as like the little splash they're trying to make, I'm seeing some good things today.
Yeah, this is so weird. Super, super weird, but whatever. Let's see. Trying different things here.
All right, they're switching from talking about the main event to the co-main event. Sugar Sean O'Malley against Song Yadong. They got promoted because Kayla Harrison is not fighting Amanda Nunes. I kind of agree with that. In fact, that might be the UFC's way of telling us this is such a big fight that should Sean O'Malley win and do something special, he might fight Petr Yan. The UFC hasn't officially said it, but with some recent cuts and lack of re-signings, you kind of feel like they're getting away from maybe being as international as they are, or maybe non-English speaking as they are, or maybe more striking and less grappling than they are. They haven't said those words. It's just the feeling that we kind of get. We talk to managers, we talk to coaches, and sometimes the feedback they get is more direct. You know, your style's just not too appealing, or we're not bringing you back. I mean, why is Renat Fakrandinov not coming back when I don't think he's ever lost in the UFC? There can only be one thing, right? Unless he's got some allegations overseas of doing some bad stuff. I haven't heard of those. But if he does, and the UFC's just kind of cutting the cord early, perhaps. But it might just be that they're doing away with certain fighters who maybe just don't add anything to their business. Okay, you're 30-0, but you don't speak a lick of English and you smother people. Like that doesn't transition, you know. Could it be that? I don't know. But we'll see what 2026 does. It seems like that might be one way they might be pivoting. And then you got Peter Yan saying, I think it was Peter Yan, I don't think I'll be on the White House card. I don't think they want any Russians fighting on that card. Well, that's a whole other can of worms I don't want to get into, but obviously you see USA and Russia. Could it have anything to do with that? I don't know. Could it be true? Is Peter Yan maybe exaggerating? Who knows? Kind of cool to see Nogueira here goes at the desk in the Portuguese broadcast.
Yeah.
This is little Nogueira. Unless big Nogueira lost a ton of weight. But big Nogueira was more damaged in the face, courtesy of probably Fedor. Didn't he have like 3 fights with Fedor and Pride?
I don't know if it was 2 for sure.
That could not have been a picnic, man, to be fighting Fedor and getting ground and pounded by Fedor back in the early 2000s. Oh, Evie's back. Evie Rodriguez, right? That's her name? The longtime Brazilian reporter?
Yeah.
Oh, let's show her name right now. Yeah. Evelyn Rodriguez. We call her Evie. She's been on the show before. And I thought she had said, so long, everyone, when ESPN ended, but maybe it was just her way of exiting there, but popping up here. We've seen her rise through the ranks, and I congratulate her, man. She was more of a, not a beat reporter, but just someone who reported for websites, you know, and gave content, and now she's on television. So really good for her. She's a really nice person. So again, I'm watching the Portuguese feed because Paramount Plus they've kind of punted us. So we're kind of working off the fly here. All right, one thing we got to do for sure, though, is we got to get our pick for the first fight of the main card. Arnold Allen and John Silva are going to kick things off on the main card. John Silva's minus 225 and Arnold Allen is plus 185. I like John Silva to bounce back from that loss to Diego Lopez. He actually was looking good in that fight against Diego Lopez. He was on his way to winning that fight against Diego Lopez until he got caught with the spinning back elbow. On the other hand, Arnold Allen's been out for about a year. He had a nice run to start the UFC, to start his career. I think he won his first 10 fights. And now he's got back-to-back losses, if I'm not mistaken. Tough cats he's fought. Don't get me wrong. And he's been away for a year. Maybe a little ring rust there. But he's facing an animal, man. John Silva's always doing his bark, but he really does. He hunts you like a Wolverine, right? And he's got heavy hands and he's fearless. I don't know what he learned from this fight, this loss to Diego Lopez, but John Silva strikes me as reckless, a little bit of a knucklehead, but I mean that in a good way. You have to have some of that in you. If you start to become too conservative, you're the one that starts getting beat up on. So you have to have some of that in you. And I think John Silva, he'll always have some of that in him, like a Robbie Lawler or whatever, where you just know you got some heavy hands and you're fearless and you go out there and you want to put on a show. That's John Silva to me. So I'm gonna go with Jean Silva on this one, and I would even lay the 220. I'm big on underdogs. I think it's more fun. The payday's a lot better, but I don't know. I think Jean Silva was just the better featherweight. Arnold Allen may have peaked out. Arnold Allen's 20-3 overall. Those two losses that he shook off the Evelev and Holloway losses when he beat Giga. I forgot about that. He fought Giga in the middle of 2024. And we're now in the early part of 2026. So it's really not just a year. It's about 18 months, a year and a half that he hasn't fought. That's not good. His wins before that were Dan Hooker, Calvin Kattar, Sodiq Yusuff, all respectable wins. But none of those guys are top 5. Hooker possibly top 10. And in the decisions, he just didn't have anything for Holloway or Evloev. But again, we're talking about a former champ and an undefeated fighter. And he did beat Giga Chikadze when he came back. Decision. Most of his fights do go to a decision. He's got 7 KOs, 4 submissions, and 9 decisions. But Jean Silva, on the other hand, he's a little bit more, and this is maybe what cost him possibly against Diego Lopez, was him being a little reckless. He's hunting for your head. He's got 12 KOs, 3 submissions. He's got 16 wins. That means only one time has he had to hear the judges announce the winner. He goes for it, and he's got heavy hands. And look, to be fair, he even submitted Bryce Mitchell. Most people would have told you he better not take the fight to the ground with Bryce Mitchell. He submitted Bryce Mitchell. And he's knocked out Drew Dober, Charles Jourdain, Melsick, Bags Dararian, I believe is his name. So he definitely kicked it up a little bit with Diego Lopez and Arnold Allen. That's to be fair, that's a notch above some of these other names. Who do you like, Goze? John Silva's minus 220, and Arnold Allen comes back about plus 185 or so.
I like Jean Silva. I think he bounces it back.
Me too. I can cleanly say I think he's going to win, and I think I would lay the 220. It's not too much. It's when you get to 300 where I really get concerned. And I'm not happy about 220 either. But like I say, I think we got ourselves a real player here. And did you see, was it the 6th or 5th embedded where he was posing and there was a belt there, and then he had this moment of emotion? Bro, that guy's built different. Like that guy looks like he's laser focused on being the best and doing what it takes. Like that's a competitor right there.
Hey, what are you watching right now on your feed?
It was a promotion for the AFC Championship.
Because you're on Portuguese, right?
Yeah. Now they're back at the studio. What are you watching?
Spanish. Now they're showing highlights.
One thing that I've always liked is in previous years, not so much the last few years, if the pay-per-view starts at 7, I want to see some fights by 7:10. I get it. John Anik needs to say, welcome to Las Vegas with me. Mm-hmm. Alongside me are Joe Rogan and Daniel Cormier. Hey, the main event, stakes are high. What do you think, DC? What do you think, Joe? All right. I hear the music. They're walking out. Bro, it's 6:18. We still haven't even had our walkouts. Now, is this just because it's the first show on Paramount Plus and maybe they're setting the table? This is who he is. This is what we're all about. Maybe. I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, I don't know. But I'd kind of want to get right to it too, especially off of last night.
Yeah. Here are the results from so far earlier today, folks. For anyone that's just joining us now. We did lose one fight. No Alexander Hernandez, no Michael Johnson. So if you don't hear the names, that's why. There was some irregular gambling activity that made certain parties, I don't know if it was the commission, the UFC, uncomfortable, and they decided to just pull the fight. No one's throwing shade at either fighter directly or anything like that. But that one's off. So is Cameron Smotherman and Ricky Torcios. Both made weight, but Smotherman face planted straight into the ground. This was yesterday. This thing with Hernandez and Johnson was today. Since the show has started, Ty Miller defeated Adam Fugit. Josh Hokett defeated Denzel Freeman. Alex Perez defeated Charles Johnson. Nikita Krylov defeated Modestas Bukauskas. Atiba Gautier defeated Andre Pulyaev. Umar Nurmagomedov defeated Davison Figueiredo. Any moment you want to talk about there with any of these fights?
I thought Davidson Figueiredo gave him a lot better fight than I anticipated, but I think Umar needed to put a stamp on his performance tonight, and I don't know that he did that. Now he's going to have to sweat Sean O'Malley should Sean O'Malley get a win.
I would agree with that. Octavio Gautier looks like he got valuable experience. He usually puts his opponents away a lot faster. He didn't in this case. He got a really, really tough fight from Andre Pulyaev, who overcame like 6 knockdowns and a lot of heavy punches and strikes. A wicked knee landed as well. And his last 3 fights that I can remember, he beat Medina, Valentin, and Tristan Vines all in the first round. At Contender Series, he got through with a second round stoppage. But most fighters will tell you, I need this type of fight. When someone pushes back and I have to I have to fight through it, show some guts, show what I can do in the 15th minute, just like I can in the first minute. So maybe that was valuable for Octavio Gautier. You ask any fighter, they want to end it in round 1 via KO. But sometimes there's good that comes out of some bad. He won't be eligible for a bonus, unfortunately. I mean, it was a good fight. Maybe they have a long shot at winning fight of the night, I suppose. But with them moving the bonuses to $100,000, that's got to feel like a miss for Gautier, because who didn't think that he might not be eligible for one of those? Josh Hokett looked pretty good against Denzel Freeman. Then he cut a nice promo at the end, a few people catching some strays. But either way, he performed, did his thing. Alex Perez with the upset over Charles Johnson. Johnson owns a win over Joshua Van. I think he wanted to basically build off that and make some sort of a run, but he comes up short. Nikita Krylov defeated Modestas Bukauskas. Solid fight. Last 10 seconds is when Krylov caught him and finished him. And then we already mentioned the Gautier and Nurmagomedov wins. Now the UFC is kind of showing you the main card there. Go ahead, Goze.
Speaking of Joshua Van, did you see Manel Kopp in the front row?
No, I did not.
He didn't look too big to me.
Yeah, there's 2 sides to a story. We interviewed Joshua Van on MMA Junkie Radio, and you can see all those interviews, by the way. If you just go to our radio page, which is www.mmajunkie.com/radio, you can catch us on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, and Omni. And just go back. It was just about 4 shows ago where we caught up with the champ. But he was coy, but he hinted that he could have been on this card versus Manel Kopp. It's just that Manel Kopp didn't want to go. Now, we pushed him, but he wouldn't give us the deets. However, there's Habib and Islam. Look at Islam kind of looking like a reaper, right?
Undertaker or something, right?
Yeah. Now, to be fair, it would have been with 10 days notice, I think. I don't think anyone in any way is a puss for not taking a fight on 10 days notice. I don't care if they say, you got to be ready. Sometimes you just ain't. You might have to baptize your kid that day. You might be out of the country when they call. I think if you have a month, you probably should. But anything less, it's 50-50, man. Or if you're just really out of it. Imagine if you are heavy, but because you get pressured into it, you feel like you do it, and then you miss by half a pound, you fuck everything up, man. You've seen the doghouse Armand Sarukian's in, right? So I think Manel Kopp more than likely played it right. I'd love to catch up with Manel Kopp to see what he says, but I know when we did not too long ago, and he kind of wanted more like March, right?
Yeah. Look, I always look at it this way. If you're in the hospital for some reason and there's two heart surgeons, and one of them's been working all day and they're tired. Could he go? Probably. But does that mean you're going to get the best heart surgeon? Do you want that person working on you? No, right? I want to see the best against the best. I think there's too much on the line for both fighters. I get it, man. I know a lot of fighters jump in and do it, and Joshua Van's a guy that was able to take advantage of a situation like that. But most of the time, it don't work out, and the road back isn't always so clear. It's not like if I win this many, for sure I'm next. It's who plays the game and all that. So yeah, I don't blame Manel Cop.
Yeah, it's really more. I don't know if I want to say it's on the UFC, because the UFC built the card with 2 title fights.
They tried. Yeah.
The problem is, I think they're holding on to some of their fighters as they start to angle towards the White House card. And so I think they're holding back a few. And so their pool of fighters isn't as big because they don't want to risk somebody getting injured. John Silva's got a pretty cool walkout. Can you see it right now?
Yeah.
He's got the meta glasses on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are in conjunction with Oakley, if I'm not mistaken. Valentina wore them, and now John Silva's wearing them. There's the surgeon that replaced my knee. I don't know if you saw him.
Yeah.
He's right behind this coach here. So what were we talking about?
About Manel Cop.
Yeah, so the UFC built a good card. I like I said, the UFC catches a lot of flack. That I was hearing a lot of people say that this card wasn't that great, and I'm like, look, it sucks that they lost Kayla versus Nunes, but man, I've been seeing some really highly ranked fighters out there performing,
Mm-hmm.
and competing, and these are important fights. That's the wife, if anyone's wondering.
How intense is that?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine playing those two in charades or something.
Game night. Don't invite them. She did look pretty intense. Let's see here. The UFC, like I say, they did, catch a little bit of flack, but I don't think they did anything wrong. I think the card's fine. Again, what do you want to do? 3 title fights, and then all of a sudden the next few cards suffer. I've already said it. I'm not going to go over it again. I don't like Volk versus Lopez. Of course, I'll watch it. I have a feeling it's going to be a great fight, and Lopez may beat him if he fixed his, the holes that he has. But it shouldn't have been made, not without Volk not defending against someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Lopez did his job. He beat John Silva. But Volk didn't defend since then. So why would he defend against the same guy that he already beat? That's just not the way it should work. That's on the UFC. BMF, March 6th or 7th. Charles Oliveira against Max Holloway. The BMF is being used by the UFC kind of like as an emergency situation, because they like to have a title to promote at all on all their cards, no matter what. If it's interim, BMF, they prefer undisputed, but still, it's kind of been an emergency outlet, and I think it's helping them while they start building the card for the White House. The White House card is like UFC 300. They're gonna use a lot of their top tier talent, a lot of their superstars, and then from there, a few of the cards are gonna suffer. But that would be fair to criticize that Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira for the BMF. That should be a co-main event, in my opinion. You should have another fight as the main event, because no one's buying their ticket going, man, I can't wait to see who wins the BMF. No, you want to see Oliveira versus Holloway, and that's fair. It's going to be violent. It's going to be great, but you don't care too much who's walking away with that title. When it was built for Diaz and Masvidal, what I liked was that both guys were respected. They played out their careers. Neither one won an undisputed, but they are badasses that were beloved by the fans. So let's do something for them. And even when Poirier and Gaethje got it, I didn't mind it so much.
Mm-hmm.
But now if they're going to regularly do it, well, then why are you keeping it in the same weight class? or in that same area. Like, why can't I mean, you might as well have one BMF every year, but just pick a different weight class.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so at least use it right.
I'm getting really close to being over BMF.
I think our accountant is watching. Goze. He says he's in the middle of a parlay.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, text me your parlay, MJ.
I just got my tax.
He must be going opposite of us because we haven't had a great day. What's that?
I just got my tax stuff yesterday too.
Are you got it all? You ready to go?
Pretty much.
All right, here we go. 32 years of age for Arnold Allen, 29 for John Silva. Arnold Allen slightly taller, but it's in centimeters. I couldn't tell you. 173 to 170. The weight is slightly in favor of John Silva, and Arnold Allen has the reach advantage by a couple inches. 3 centimeters. I think that's about an inch and a half or something like that.
5'7" and 5'8". Silva's 5'7".
They be using the metric system, baby, in certain countries. That's why if you go to Holland, they don't know what the fuck a quarter pounder is.
Mm-hmm.
Or was that in France? I can't remember.
I think it was in Holland. It's a Royale with cheese, right?
It's a Royale with cheese. That'd be funny if you went there and you said, "Can I have a quarter pounder?" We don't know what the fuck that is. A Royale with cheese. All right. What do you like? Give me a 1 to 10 on Buffer's outfit. You like it?
1 to 10. I'm gonna give it a 9.
You like the blue?
It's green, no?
Is it green?
Man, one of us is about to be really scared.
Is that official next to John Silva in a burgundy coat?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the Cuervo sign kind of like an aqua green?
Yeah.
The Toyo tires is blue, right?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Arnold Allen kind of cracks me up.
The seats are filling up, so that's good. I don't like seeing empty seats once the main card starts. Are you a real fan? And more than likely, did you get comped? Then go.
I like being there for the first fight.
Like Theo Vaughn. Where's Buffer? Show him.
You just walked out. It looks green to me. I don't know. Maybe
You might be right. It might have more green than blue. I might have to side with you. Luckily, he'll be out there for more fights. Here we go. They touch gloves. Has your fight started? I'm at 55, 54, 53. Where are you?
Close.
Okay. Calf kick by Arnold Allen. John Silva locked and ready to go. He's just twisting as Arnold Allen keeps circling around him. Arnold Allen's actually circling away from his power hand.
He's barely moving when he's getting hit. It's like an oak tree.
Ooh, nice punch there by John Silva to the body. Arnold Allen with another calf kick. John Silva switches his stance. He's now going orthodox. Arnold Allen in the southpaw position. John Silva sticking out the fists. Closed fingers, I might add. He's trying to gauge his distance. I think he wants to unload and uncork a big right hand. Arnold Allen, not a stationary target by any means. His hands are up. Little low kick there on the other leg, by the way. It's kind of more of a feeler, I think. Arnold Allen still bouncing around, hands up. We're about 90 seconds in, and there hasn't been too much to report. Another shot to the body by John Silva. A power shot to the body, I might add. John Silva is still being very, very disciplined. He doesn't want to just get into a street fight. He's controlling the center of the octagon, but he's not pushing Arnold Allen towards the warning track or towards the fence. Arnold Allen just landed a nice left hand. But it's Arnold Allen that's basically circling. He's respecting the power. Now he lands another nice left, Allen does.
I think Jean needs to start putting a lot more pressure than this.
I agree.
He can't just
245
let
left.
somebody tee off.
In round one, Allen hasn't really utilized kicks too much. That's a jab to the body. Arnold Allen tries to kick him in the face and misses. John Silva tries to do the same. He misses. Arnold Allen goes to the head with a kick. It's blocked by John Silva. Arnold Allen again with that lazy lead leg kick. It doesn't have much on it. I don't know why he's throwing it. Not with a puncher like this guy. John Silva now explodes for a couple punches. Some get through. It looked like they communicated something, but Arnold Allen waved it off to him. I don't know if there was maybe a finger poke or something, but they both continue.
It's a nice jab.
Asked him something, and Arnold Allen said, no.
Allen's doing a lot of the right things. I just don't know that it's enough. It feels like Silva can kind of overcome all that really quick with a quick barrage or something. But Silva, this is the most tame I've ever seen him.
I agree. Oh, what's happening? I think there was an accusation of a finger poke, and Arnold Allen saying, nope, that was the palm of my hand. They fist bump, they're okay. Chris Tione's the referee. No controversies here. So Arnold Allen, for being gone 18 months, doesn't look too bad, Goze.
Yeah.
And by now, if he did have ring rust, he's almost a round in. He's probably now got the timing and everything's working okay.
His jab
didn't really make him pay for that. What?
His jab has been great tonight.
Yep. John Silva just landed a nice 1-2. Arnold Allen pumping that jab again. Oh, nice 1-2 for Arnold Allen.
He did it all in one motion, huh?
Mm-hmm. Philly shell cover there by Arnold Allen. Arnold Allen's winning this round, Goze.
Yeah.
Or no?
I think so.
John Silva just had a couple nice punches.
He's winning, and he has a little bit of a cushion, I think, if for some reason Silva turns it on at the 10-second clapper.
Which Silva's trying to do with 20 seconds left, but Allen just threw a nice punch again. John Silva with an overhand right. This one's a tough round to call. Got 10 seconds left. Kick to the head by Arnold Allen. Spinning back elbow by John Silva, misses. Oh, nice head kick by John Silva. Nice flying kick by John Silva. Did he just steal the round, Goze?
I don't know.
He threw like a jumping kick that landed a couple punches. And then Arnold Allen, then they stared each other off, and then Arnold Allen gave him a nice push. Wow, that's how you steal a round if you did it. If you thought it was close, and that's enough for John Silva to steal it. If Arnold Allen, you felt like he had a cushion, he may have overcome it, but it's close, and that's going to be the big mystery as this fight unfolds.
I'm going to lean Allen in that round. Some damage on Silva's head right now. Little knot.
What's he drinking? An Inca Cola?
Drip? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. It looked golden, like an Inca Cola. Here's the finish from another angle. We had a bad angle for this. He kicks him in the head, and then he kicked him in the body. And then, see, Allen did a good job of blocking him.
But do the judges know that?
But yeah, but he stumbled. And so the stumble to one or two of the judges, they might have thought that it was a little bit more than it was. And then John Silva stared him down as Arnold Allen was trying to give him a high five. And then Arnold Allen said, F you, and gave him a good shove. Intense, man. I like it. Now John Silva looks like he wants to really, really go. He's done laying back. He goes with a front kick to the face that misses. Inside leg kick lands for Silva. Another one lands for Silva. Arnold Allen still bouncing around. John Silva throwing a 1-2. It landed. Kick to the head by Silva. Silva's more compact. It would almost look like he shouldn't throw as many kicks to the head because I don't know that they're going to get there. But he's landing a few. Some are being blocked, but still. He's a thick boy, so anything that he throws, it's still going to impact the forearms. Now, right now, Silva waved to him, telling him, no, you didn't hit me. And then, boom, Arnold Allen threw a stinging jab. Goes, you brought up the jab in round 1. Let's not forget, Arnold Allen's been at TriStar for a long time with Montreal. And what's Faraz Zahabi known for?
Yeah. They definitely, at that gym, the basics are very important to them.
Yep. John Silva just got a takedown. 3:44 left here in round 2. Arnold Allen got back up, but he paid the price. He took a kick and a punch. He comes back with a jumping knee. Oh, John Silva's kind of wincing. I don't know if he's saying he thinks it might have been a finger or maybe it was just the strike itself. Oh, Arnold Allen just landed an elbow. Silva's fighting through it now. They're a little bit tied up, so that'll give Silva a chance to recover. Silva just breaks up the tie-up with a nice overhand elbow. 3:17 left here in round 2. They're in the middle of the octagon. Silva luckily is not wincing anymore. Silva lands a body kick. Arnold Allen misses with a jab.
John Silva seems like he's still trying to figure out what he wants to do. Now I think he's got a little swelling on his eye. It's not even so much that John Silva's having like a bad performance. I think just Arnold Allen is having a good one.
Yeah, I agree. They both have good tools that they bring to the table. Arnold Allen's length is kind of helping him. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice knee landed by Arnold Allen against the cage. Silva got off it and looked like he got angry. He just swung with a wild 1-2. One of the 2 punches landed. And Silva just threw a nice 1-2 again. One of them got through. Arnold Allen's good about getting his arms up and not absorbing full impact. John Silva just went for a jumping knee. It didn't succeed, but the overhand right just did.
This is a hard round to score.
It is, yeah. And all judges got different angles. The only thing that's been clear is that knee that Allen just landed, because you see John Silva's head torque back, and that jumping knee that he landed earlier. Spinning back elbow lands for John Silva. Arnold Allen just tried a front kick. Silva caught it, tried a spinning back elbow, missed, and then he almost walked into one of those from Arnold Allen.
He kind of did it. A lot more money on the line on these type of fights, right?
Yeah. 125 left here in round 2. This is a pivotal round. I think John Silva might have stole round 1, but if he didn't, I would accept it. These rounds are tough to score for sure. You can't think you're sitting on a 1-0 lead either party. I don't know if Arnold Allen has like a mat burn on his back, but that looks like it could be staph, what he has on his upper back on the right-hand side. I'm sure the doctors would have caught it, though, if it was. Or it could be from this fight. Their heads just collided a little. 50 seconds left here in round 2. Fun fight, man.
Mm-hmm.
Head kick blocked by Silva, but again, some of the impact landed. Arnold Allen threw a nice right hand and it hit Silva on the jaw. Silva just tried a spinning back elbow. I think some of it got through. Arnold Allen just has a good chin, a big noggin, man. He's gotten hit quite a few times.
Yeah, Silva's landed that spinning elbow a couple times now.
Kick to the head there by Arnold Allen. Oh, did he catch him? He kicked him in the face. I barely missed Silva's mouth. It looked like some spit went out, though. Now they're locked up, and Silva lands not only a knee, he tries to take him down, but he misses. Chris Tione gets in the way. Whew, these rounds are not easy to score, bro.
Yeah, that one was rough.
Yeah. See, Allen landed those 2 knees, and the first one was probably the best strike of the round, but it was so early. I don't know if the judges, what they're thinking. You know, there was a lot of action here. My type of fight, honestly.
Did you by any chance see a Forrest Griffin Toyo tire commercial?
No, right now it looks like I'm watching anime, Into It TurboTax.
He might have, I mean, unless this is CGI, which I doubt. I think he just what is it called when they wax you? His chest. I think he just did one for real. It did not look fun.
T-Mobile Arena looks like it's sold out, or at least that first bowl is. I have no problems with the card. Could they have used another title fight? Yeah, but they didn't know one was going to fall off. But there's a lot of talent on this card. I know I'm going to have a long week. I'm going to have rankings rest because I haven't done rankings in a while, but I got to rank a lot of fighters this week, man. And we're back at it here, and they're already tying up. They're going to go for it here in this third round. It could be 2-0 either side. It could be 1-1. This fight means a lot to both guys. John Silva doesn't want to be in a 2-fight losing streak. He's becoming a big popular fighter in the UFC. And then Arnold Allen just shook off a 2-fight win streak when he beat Giga Chikadze. He wants to create a 2-fight winning streak. Now, neither guy is near the title shot, but so many strange things have happened. I think the UFC really likes John Silva, even though it appears he doesn't speak a lick of English. He just connects with the crowd. But Ozar and Lerone are still out there too. Oh, nice punch to the body by Silva. Stinging jab, partially there. 3:44 left here in round 3. Pretty even so far. I thought there was going to be a finish, honestly. I thought it was going to come from Silva. Silva just landed a few strikes to the head. Oh, a nice overhand right. Arnold Allen says, bring it. Arnold Allen's taking John Silva's back as they're standing and they're up against the fence. He's not completely behind him, but he does have one hook in. John Silva's fighting the wrists. Arnold Allen's now slipping and he's now more to the side. Maybe he drags him down. Could trip him. The clock is winding though. Arnold Allen does throw a knee. I couldn't tell if it landed or not because they switched camera angles. Silva spins into Arnold Allen. Fails. Arnold Allen clearly has his back right now, and now he's teeing off with a few knees to the legs. He's got one hook in, and he's trying to maybe wrestle him down, but he's been unsuccessful. Silva gets out of it and now puts Arnold Allen up against the fence with one underhook. He just snuck in a quick punch, too. They disengaged. 2:30 left here in round 3. This fight's going over, by the way. If you had under, you lost. I wouldn't have blamed you for taking under because Silva's really heavy-handed, but Arnold Allen, like I say, most of his wins have gone to a decision. I'm not suggesting he's going to win. He could. I don't know. It's really been tight scores here in the first couple rounds. We got to check in with Danny Segura. I think he's scoring too.
This fight's all over the place, man. Arnold Allen's complaining of something.
They're locked up against the cage, and John Silva tripped Arnold Allen. Allen got up quickly. Allen just landed a spinning back or a back elbow because he had his back taken. Silva threw him down when they both got up quickly. There's 1:30 left in round 3. It's a fun fight. Anyone can still win the round, but I think Silva may be starting to land some of the bigger strikes. He keeps going back to that spinning back elbow, which is what ended him too.
Allen's got to dig. Allen's got to dig and make this last minute count.
Yep. Silva's kind of throwing more of the wow strikes Even when they're blocked, it still looks like he did something grand. Silva's up 15-8 in significant strikes this round. First round was close, 22-21. Second round was Silva, 31-18. And he's outdistancing him in significant strikes in this round. He also looks like he's less tired, and he just pointed to the ground, even though there was still 40 seconds left. Now they're down to 35. A little early there, Jean Silva. Take it easy. Arnold Allen, by the way, ignored him. Arnold Allen looks like the more damaged of the two and more worn down. Silva looks like he's really picking up and wants to close strong. Now Silva's kind of clowning on him a little bit. Oh, nice head kick lands for Jean Silva, and it kind of rocked Arnold Allen. He throws him to the ground. 10 seconds left. What's he stands on him? He stood on Arnold Allen when Arnold Allen was on all fours. I don't know why he did it, but I've never seen that in a fight. Honestly, I've never seen that in a fight. Arnold Allen was on all fours, and John Silva, rather than kick him to the body or punch him, he just stood on him on his back and jumped off for no reason.
I wonder if you could like almost consider that a stomp. That was weird.
Yeah, well, luckily he didn't touch the head, but he just kind of
jumped on him, right?
Yeah, that was hilarious. Oh my gosh. Wow. The other day I saw something that I had never seen either. What was it? It couldn't have been MMA. And it wasn't the boxing. Oh, what was it? It was in a football game. I think Chris Collinsworth. It was the Caleb Williams pass goes where he remember when he went back and then he went back and he went back and he went like 25 yards and then he goes, Charlie, and he just threw it. It was like a Hail Mary, except he scrambled, right? It wasn't planned that way. And the way it was caught by the Chicago tight end, I remember Chris Collinsworth saying, I've never seen that. Me too. I hadn't seen something like that. Because he literally went back like I think I counted and he went back like 25 yards and then they just hucked it. But the pass landed so cleanly that you were like, how did they let him do that? How did the Rams let him get away with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still curious. I'm not so sure he knew exactly what he was doing, where he was trying to land that pass. Usually these guys are in the center of the cage when they do this, but
here we go, Goze. Judges scorecards. 30-27. 29-28. It's got to be Silva because there's no way Silva lost round 3 or round 2. Yeah. So 29-28 leads me to believe Arnold Allen won round 1, lost 2, and then wound up losing 3. Jean Silva's being very respectful to him. He's trying to tell through the translator. He's telling him good stuff. He's saying you made me a better person, a better fighter. When I started fighting, you were already in the UFC.
I think Arnold Allen just wants to get the hell out of there.
He's giving him a lot of respect. Joe Rogan is asking him why it was so emotional, why I apologized. Looks like it's just been an emotional week for him.
Mm-hmm. Gotta work on that beard. What's going on with that?
I can hear that he's saying I really wanted to knock him out. We prepare as a team for a 3-round war. I wanted to knock him out. My team kept saying, wait for the moment. It was important for me. I wanted to really be here. I love being here. Joe Rogan's asking, why'd you apologize?
one of the rules is to never give up the mic. But didn't he give it up not too long ago?
Oh, wow. He said it was really hard to fight tonight because he's a guy that I admired and he's an idol to me. He said Arnold Allen was around when I wasn't. That's a lot of massive respect there. He's just an emotional guy. Welcome to Paramount, he says. He's getting the whole crowd to growl. I don't care who's the champ. I don't care who's the champion. I'm next. Joe Silva asked to pose with the team. He's got his fighting nerds glasses on. All right. There's Theo Vaughn getting showed. He was at the boxing event yesterday, Goze. Did you see him?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Casey, right? From Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Rock, Anthony Kiedis, right? From the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yep.
The great Matt Hughes. Amanda Nunes with her 2 kids. Thought I saw her wife, Nina Nunes, next to her.
Aljo over her
All
shoulder.
right. So now we got Rose Namajunas against Natalia. So Goze, that fight took something out of me, man. Even though it was 15 minutes, it had so much action, man. I wish I could just take a cat nap here for 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, by any chance, this thing on Netflix or whatever, the guy climbing the skyscraper, is that for real?
It says free. What's it called? Not free fall, but without cables.
No harness.
I don't know. I you saw me the other day. Where were we? Where we had to look down when we were at that MGM signature.
Yeah.
That makes my stomach a little uneasy. I need to get over that, man, because I don't want it to get worse when I'm older.
Well, I'm actually having that problem right now watching him, which makes no sense. My fat ass is in a chair.
What is it, live, or why are you watching it now?
It's just kind of like on X, somebody's showing it on X. But I'm just kind of getting that feeling of when you're going down on a roller coaster,
Yeah.
God.
Congrats to John Silva over Arnold Allen. No idea what's next for either guy. Don't ask me that question. I don't think John Silva gets a title shot out of it by no means, and I don't think Arnold Allen fell down too far down the ladder.
Natalia Silva, she is minus 300. Rose Namajunas plus 240.
I think that's too much.
I personally think Natalia Silva is going to win, but 300 is too much. So if you're going to give me Rose at plus 240, I think I'd rather bet Rose. If that makes sense. But I think Natalia is going to win. You?
I think Rose is going to win. I think Rose is going to win. Rose does a good job of taking the pressure off. Like, she really, she's a 2-time champ and she's beaten legends. She's going to go in the Hall of Fame one day, by the way. And even though she stumbled in a couple fights at flyweight, she does a good job of going, hey, don't ask me about the title shot. I'm just doing my thing. Then she does her thing and slowly sneaks in that position. But I think being a champ or getting asked about being the champ is stressful to her. I don't think she likes it too much. And that's why when she isn't, it's like she can breathe, right? It's like someone strangling her and then finally the pressure's off. And so right now I feel like she's a dangerous fighter. And I think if she wins, man, a lot of people want Silva next for Valentina Shevchenko. She can sneak her way in there. But, man, I'm telling you, the other day we had her on the show and she's talking about, well, I was talking about the way she just floats. She's not an easy target to hit. And she's got good power in her hands and she's experienced.
A lot of experience.
It's a tough task for Natalia Silva. I don't agree with the odds. And I just think Rose is might have what it takes to win this.
You never know, because Rose has these little brain farts. I think Natalia Silva is a good fighter. I think it's a little early for her. She needs a fight like this. Man, I am right on the fence. I think I'm going to go Silva. Sometimes I have a couple new philosophies in 2026. One that has to do with fighting is I think I hold on a little bit too long to the old guard. And sometimes I think that just gets in the way of making the right decision. So this is going to be one of those where I flip flop and I'm going to say Natalia Silva.
Oh, okay. You just shocked me there. But you like Rose if you had to bet it, is what you're saying.
If I had to bet it, yeah, that I don't think Natalia Silva should be minus 300.
Okay. This is an interesting play here. If you take Rose Namajunas by decision, it's plus 450. If you just take Rose to win, it's plus 240. I don't know, man. I think I might just. I don't want to get greedy and have Rose win, but me not call it right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna go Rose by just Rose to win. That's my play. Just Rose to win. I don't know how she can do it. She's great at submissions, and she's got good hands. I know she's only got like 2 KOs, one by kicks and one by hands, but she's got a lot of knockdowns. She connects.
No.
Both Taekwondo backgrounds. Silva moves around pretty good. She's definitely very confident, but like I say, Rose is a gamer, man.
Seeing some highlights here of Silva. She's a little wild, but she can control it too.
Okay, I went on Rose just a little bit.
When you look at the highlights from Rose and you look at the highlights from Natalia, there's some players getting put out.
Yeah. Rose told us she might ride the roller coaster after the fights. You could see it in her hotel room when we were talking to her. She was staying at the MGM. Shout out to Spider Moose in the chat room. Fox Racing 246. Michael Johnson. Mark Rosal 25. George Gonzalez.
He's got a big game tomorrow.
Yeah. Bullfighter is in there as well.
Would you still do the running of the bulls?
I got asked that the other day.
For real?
Yeah.
It's like the most random thing ever. I just asked you. Somebody else asked you that?
Well, I've talked about this before. That's why you said, would you still do it? You've heard me talk about it before. I used to say that I would do this going back 30 years, I would do it, and I would probably want to be more in the mix. But because I tore my patellar tendon and I never really came back from it, I'd like to go to the event, see the event, but trust me, I'd be so far from the bulls that technically I'd be running, but I'd be so far away from them in any sense of them even being within a football field. I'm probably already bailing out and jumping over the fence and then just.
Oh, but you'd still be in there.
Yeah, you've seen guys that are running with them, kind of whipping them on the ass as they're running. That ain't me. That would have been me 30 years ago, but that ain't me now.
Part of me wants to touch them. I'd let them run past me and then maybe try and run and get a slap in, but oof. Yeah, I'm
I mean, it
definitely
does
not
look
trying.
like once they get going, it's not like in rodeo. You know how in rodeo they can do a 180 real quick and say, "What's up?" You know.
Yeah.
Whereas these guys, they're just kind of running and they're mowing whoever's in front of them. So I kind of hear what you're saying there, but you're also the guy that says, "Man, I sure don't want to one day look back and go, God, I can't believe I got gored to death or whatever." So this
Well, I mean,
confuses me a little bit
that
on
to
your
me
feeling.
that's different. So like that's a better story than I was just on a roller coaster like everyone else, and something happened. Because think about it. If we're all in a room and everybody goes, "What'd you do last Saturday?" And I went, "Uh, I was on Big Thunder Mountain." And then the next guy goes, "I ran with the bulls." Don't you think everybody's gonna tell Big Thunder Mountain to shut his Big Thunder face up and let the
Yeah,
other guy tell a story?
yeah.
That maybe I would be able to stomach that loss a little better, I think. Skydiving,
As long as you don't get gored in the ass. That's horrible when they
I'll
come
take
up
getting gored
behind
in the
them
ass over the gut.
and then when they gore him in the and gore him in the butt, and the next thing you know, they're shaking him around, and that poor sap he's in such agony that, oh my god, they look like a tortilla the way they just get flopped around and then dumped, and then sometimes they even come back and trample them.
Have you ever seen I think it's a rodeo where some dude gets annihilated by a bull and somehow finds his way to his feet, and he's kind of like watching the bull, like trying to get away, and then when he turns around, he gets leveled by another one.
I think so. Yeah. Okay, Natalia Silva's in the prep point. This will tell us really where she's at. I mean, if she starches Rose, I'm telling you, there's a big push for this young lady to be next for Valentina Shevchenko, even ahead of Erin Blanchfield. Now, again, this is where we start to bleed over into the White House card. If Kayla wins, or actually, maybe even if Nunes wins, I don't know. If Nunes wins, I could see Nunes dipping in and dipping out. Because Nunes has every right to say, I beat Valentina twice. Why would I fight her again?
Mm-hmm.
And what would Valentina gain from it other than saying, I vanquished her? Which Izzy got something out of it. He was down 2-0 to Alex Ferreira, and he was more than content with his one victory.
That's what the
Sorry,
Rose
it was 1-0, and there was 2 more in kickboxing. But Valentina's done so much that she has every right to say, hey, if I want on the White House card, put me on the White House card. Goes, is that green or blue? It is more green, huh? But it's
to
not
me, it
complete
looks green right now.
Yeah.
That's blue to me right now.
Rose is saying I'm the best, right? Isn't that what she says to herself?
Think so. Did you notice when they did the tail of the tape? She wasn't like she was crying. She was just kind of going like this. It's weird.
Yeah, she's pretty emotional. Dude, I would have never guessed that Figueiredo and Umar was going to go the distance. Neither is John Silva and Arnold Allen. I thought Silva was going to knock him out, and I thought Umar was going to submit Davidson. So that's Vanessa Hansen, by the way. Wait, not Red De La Cruz, right?
Yeah.
Vanessa Hansen retired, I believe. So did the Brazilian Luciana. They both sprint out to the center of the octagon. Natalia Silva in black tights, and she's wearing a black rash guard. Rose has blue trunks and a blue top.
I've been looking forward to this one.
Both love to strike first. I think Silva's a little closer to her Taekwondo background. Rose came from Taekwondo, but I think she uses boxing more than Taekwondo. But she can get them kicks up there fast, Natalia Silva.
Mm-hmm.
She's wildly missed, though. There's a lot of distance between her and Rose. I think she's just letting us know they're there, and I can throw them at any moment.
I like that every time Rose gets within distance, though, Natalia throws something. She doesn't just let her hang out there.
Leg kick there by Rose. Oh, stinging jab lands by Rose.
Natalia looks like she's just sitting back waiting to counter, but she doesn't have the reaction time to do it.
Rose definitely does look more like a flyweight. When she first came out, you could still see she had a strawweight frame because she's always been more on the thinner side, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But she looks a little healthier now at flyweight, like maybe not going to get overwhelmed. Rose is definitely timing Natalia's kicks and trying to answer with strikes. Rose just throws a kick to the head, more to measure and see where she's at. Natalia Silva does a lot of hip movement. Her feet are a little more stationary, but she still gets some kicks up fast. This fight's definitely picking up. They're throwing punches, but nothing's really landing yet. Silva just got a strike in. 2:26 left here in round 1. Sorry. Rose looks confident, though. What Rose did tell us, and I also heard her tell a lot of media, is a lot of fighters they can't get another look. I'm very unique in the way I float, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with her. Rose just landed a nice leg kick and then backed out, hand right by her head. Very clean striker. I don't think she's too concerned with Natalia's power either, at least from the hands, maybe the kicks.
Yeah, Natalia's making a big mistake in letting Rose get in a rhythm. When she's in a rhythm, she's very, very hard to stop.
If I'm Valentina Shevchenko, I'm thinking I can get Natalia Silva down pretty easy. She seems like a very upright target.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't use her feet very much other than just quick little twitch. She moves her hips more than anything. And Valentina's big into taking her opponents down and making them suffer.
It's a little bit of a spinning back fist that landed for Rose that readjusted Silva's mouth guard. Everything seems to be working for her.
Rose, on the other hand, really uses her footwork nicely and covers a lot of ground. Oh, she might have just needed a knee, though. Rose did. Silva smiles after every strike. She's just really having a good time out there.
That knee might have been the best strike of this round. It looked like it hit Rose right on the mouth.
She's very fidgety, just the way she moves, Natalia Silva. 10 seconds left. I don't know who's going to take this round, but someone can still do something. Rose just attempted a little takedown. Tough round to score. Natalia Silva with that knee. It was a kick where the knee landed. Was a really, really great strike. But I thought Rose, I don't know. What do you think? Who do you think won that round?
I think I'm going to give it slightly to Rose.
Me
but
too.
I thought Natalia was starting to turn it on a little bit.
So let's see what live betting has. Remember, Natalia Silva was about a 3-1 favorite. Live betting will kind of. Oh, live betting has Natalia Silva minus 150, Rose plus 100. So I think they gave the round to Rose, and that's why the odds came down. Now, if you think Natalia won the round, then you're getting a gift right now at minus 150 because it was minus 2 and change before the fight.
Mm-hmm.
The crowd's a little silent since that last fight. Let's see if things pick up. Natalia Silva seems to pull back on some of her strikes too. I don't know if halfway through she decides, oh, it's not going to land. I might as well just bring myself back into a safe zone or what. I think she should extend more on some of her kicks.
Yeah. She's not using her hands as much as I thought she would. It's Rose that's pushing forward.
One minute in, they're striking, but they're not coming close to hitting each other. Well, that kick landed for Natalia Silva to the chest, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing too hard. Now she just tried to kick her to the head, but Rose blocked it. Rose tries a side kick to the head. That missed. Neither fighter interested in going to the ground, it looks like. Rose sneaks in a couple punches.
I think the left hand landed in that flurry.
Erin Blanchfield's starting to feel a little bit better about her title shot.
Yeah.
If she, in fact, is next. Neither one. When someone gets a first round KO or something, it's like, oh, shoot, what do I do now? Rose just landed an overhand right. I'm starting to hear a few bluebirds. I think Natalia Silva might have snuck in a right hook.
Yeah, I think it landed a decent shot. And now she's the one that's going forward.
Almost just hip tossed Rose, but Rose had good balance, held it off. She's pressed up against the cage. Silva trying to hip toss her again. She's unsuccessful, but Rose flips the script, kind of drags Silva down. Silva gets up right away, though. Rose does have her against the fence with 2 underhooks, and there's 2:35 left here in round 2. Let's see if she can do something with it. Natalia Green gets back 1 underhook, puts Rose back against the fence. Rose getting some punches in while she's got her back against the fence. She's sneaking a few of them in. No power to them, though. She wants to make sure she doesn't go for a ride, which is what Silva's trying to set up. Crowd's starting to boo a little bit. Rose pushes Natalia Silva up against the fence with both underhooks. She's really controlling her here. Let's see if she can maybe drag her down. Almost trips her. Yep, she does drag her down to the ground. She's on top. She's in Silva's full guard. Silva locks up her legs a little bit. Probably trying to catch her breath, see where she's at. She's got an overhook on one of Rose's arms, so Rose can't fully posture up. Rose is using her hand, her left hand, to kind of frame and push off, maybe pull her arm out of there. Right now, there's not too much she can do with one of her arms. She's starting to drag Silva towards the cage. Silva opens, then closes her guard. There's 103, 102, 101. 1 minute left here in round 2. Did Rose clear her arm?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
Silva's got to do something, though.
But Rose is yet to really punish her. Silva's grabbing her by the back of the head. Rose is trying to sneak something in, but every time she throws one hand, Silva traps the other hand. So Rose can't really get going. There hasn't been too much done with this position, but it's still a position. And I know earlier in the broadcast I say you can't just get a takedown to do nothing. Well, I wouldn't define this as nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's something, but it's also not damage. So it tried maybe to set up a triangle. Didn't work. But Rose is the one on top. Silva went for an armbar, missed.
I think experience has been a big factor here.
Yeah, that's the end of the round. Rose finishes on top. She might have been able to get away with a 10-9, and because the first round was close, who knows? In fact, Rose Namajunas minus 445. Natalia Silva plus 260. Now, if this is 1-1, that's a gift if you're taking Natalia Silva right now.
Mm-hmm.
It could be 2-0, but it could be 1-1. The fight's not delivering, though, in the sense that neither one's clarifying that they're next for Valentina.
Not really, no.
And it's not due to both are fighting so well, they're neutralizing. It's just that both aren't really unleashing. They're not uncorking. And I think one of them needs to get a little bit more aggressive and really put a stamp, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if they unleashed. I don't know that would go Rose's way. I think she kind of has to fight this type of tactical fight. I think she could put her foot on the gas a little bit more, though. But she definitely wouldn't want it to get too sloppy. It seems like she's in control right now, though.
Okay, Silva came out throwing nice 1-2s. Now kicking. She's active. Now spinning back kick to the body for Silva lands. So it seems like someone got through to her and told her, hey, you could be down 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, scorecards will be interesting if it goes there.
She's throwing more hands, that's for sure. And the hands open up the kicks, in my opinion. Oh, looks like Silva got a nice hook in. She's definitely leading in this round with 4:20 left in round 3. Again, we can't assure you that Rose is up 2-0. It could be 1-1. What's that?
She got going way too late in this fight.
Yeah. Nice left there for Rose. 350 left. Rose lands another nice overhand right first, and then a little left hook. I don't think either fighter's concerned too much with the other's knockout power when it comes to the hands.
Mm-hmm.
Rose is very disciplined, though, Goze. She doesn't stray too much from the basics, you know?
Very, very, very disciplined in this fight.
Oh, nice body kick there, lands for Silva. Spinning attack. But Rose just eats it. In fact, that one looked like it was a little lower in the groin area, the thigh, maybe. Remember, John Jones ended a fight with that on Stipe Miocic. Oh, nice kick there by Rose. Natalia caught it, tried to make something out of it, but Rose did a good job of backing out. Natalia is now stalking Rose against the cage. Rose is gaining that real estate back. They're back in the center of the octagon. Silva's punches are a little awkward. A lot of them are loopy. Kick to the head almost lands for Silva. See, Silva's hands are low to engage in boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Rose throwing some lazy kicks out there just to feel her out, maybe just to keep her back. Oh, nice kick to the face by Silva.
Yeah.
But again, look, we're 138 in. And other than that first flurry at the beginning, it's not going to put Rose away. It could win her the round. She just needs to follow up on it.
Is there
Rose now goes for a takedown, Goze.
Is there blood on Rose's face?
Maybe, because that kick was on the money. Now, Rose fails on the takedown. Silva's sprawling. Silva's now getting some shots into the body. She sneaks in an elbow. Rose still digging on a single. Can she turn the corner, though? In the meantime, Silva stops her, times the knee as they get up, misses. Oh, and now she throws Rose on the ground, and that was really, really nice. They both got lifted into the air. She's on top in half guard. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, she could be down 2-0. What's the strategy here? If it's 1-1, maybe that takedown and some ground and pound wins her the fight. She did have that kick to the face and that early flurry.
I'm curious to see round one what they.
And from Rose's end, if it's 1-1, she didn't fight a great round 3. Crowd picks up a little bit. The action picked up a little bit. Silva's smiling. It wasn't the best fight, but the mystery here goes, it's just going to be how do the judges score it?
Round one's going to be crucial.
Yep. I think it's going to be 29-28 Rose, but it could be a split. I could see maybe one judge not seeing it that way. Like I said, I think it was round 1 that was pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
I think both ladies could have done more, to be honest. But I stand by neither one's got the champ quaking in her boots right now.
Whoever loses this fight, I think will be really pissed off. Because I think you're right. I think both of them could have done a little bit more. I think Silva, she probably could have fought those other rounds the way she fought in round 3. It wasn't that much more aggressive, but it was enough.
And Aaron Blanchfield's probably at home going, all right, well, nice try, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, Valentina's got cards to play. It could be Blanchfield. It's not going to be Fior because Fior just had her shot. And Fior's come back nicely with 2 wins. And I don't think it'll be the winner of this fight because this winner of this fight didn't make a statement.
You know what's really been ruining things?
Hmm.
For me, that Volkanovski-Lopez 2 rematch is just like anything can happen at this point.
Here we go. All 3 agree, the judges. 29-28. What? Natalia Silva won, Goze.
Wow. I mean, round 1
man,
again,
and all 3 judges agreed. Huh?
It had to have come down to round 1, right?
Yeah, and the fans are booing. Yeah, so Silva won round 3, Rose won round 2, but oh man, we did say round 1 was close. I shouldn't sound like, oh my God, this is the shocker of the year. It's just that Silva, out of the 15 minutes, it seemed like Silva fought 5 good ones, and Rose fought, maybe 10 better ones. I don't know. That's tough, man. That's a tough one for Rose.
But I don't know I mean, like you said, it still wasn't the greatest performance, right? So it's not like she's leapfrogging people.
No. It would have been nice for the underdog players, though. So, had Rose known it was 1-1 going into round 3, does she fight different?
I think
Didn't
so.
it look like Rose fought like she was up 2-0?
A little bit. I think Silva turned it on a little bit, but I also do feel like Rose could have done more.
Rogan's asking her, did it feel like it came down to the third round? I just wish one judge would have scored it for Rose, because that just means you and I aren't lunatics. Right now, I feel like a lunatic. Like I need to rewatch the fight and the criteria or something.
Well,
But
don't you feel like it was clear
close.
round 2 for Rose, clear for Silva? So it really just comes down to one round that was very close. It's not like we said it's a runaway in round 1.
Right. And I did say that for Silva, it could be a gift. Anybody that took her at plus 260 going into round 3, if it's 1-1, because the fight was so close. And Silva, man, this was a chance, Goze, because Rose is a name, a former champ. This was a chance for her to put out a great fight and win the crowd.
Mm-hmm. You ready for odds on the next one?
Wilmer Valderrama goes. Chuck Liddell. What?
Are you ready for odds on the next one?
Yes.
All right. Derek Lewis is plus 260. Waldo Cortez Acosta is minus 325.
I'm going to go with the underdog again.
Remember my strategy I told you for this year?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I think what Waldo Cortez Acosta has done has been great. But I think people are drinking too much Kool-Aid.
Me too. Starting with our colleague, Danny Segura.
Yeah. Because he hasn't looked like invincible throughout.
Exactly.
And that's how people are treating it.
I told him I like Derek, and he looked at me like I was, a Martian or something.
I'm going to go Derek Lewis.
I'm sticking with that too. All right, I got to take a quick restroom break.
Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, this one's been tough for me because I don't. We've been on a military trip before with Derek Lewis. We've interviewed him for a very long time. I just don't see Waldo having the tools that normally give Derek problems. These two are going to stand. They're going to trade. They're going to bang. And both of them take shots. They both give and they both take. Derek Lewis always tells you the things you want to hear. This has been the best camp. This is the lightest I've ever been. I did this, I did that. And then sometimes he just gives a bad performance. But I don't see both these guys. They're both going to land their shots. And I just feel like Derek's are going to count more. We'll see. Hopefully this isn't one of those where they just don't throw. That happens sometimes when you get two monsters in there. Who will deliver, Volkanovski or Diego Lopez? I wish there was a fight we can point back to where we would know. I mean, why are we honestly doing this again? This makes no sense. I'm not saying Diego Lopez is a bad fighter. I think he's a good fighter. But we just saw this. I don't know that enough time has gone by where we go, now Diego's figured it out. And Volk, just, I don't know. I want to see him fight fresh faces, new matchups. And they're there for him. There's two of them. Stand out. But that will be next week. I know people are going, wait a minute. Yeah, it's going to be next week. Back-to-back watch-alongs. Decent card. Not as good as this one, I would say. But it'll be fun. George and I will be here again. Remember, everything starts 1 hour earlier. Starts 1 hour earlier, but still takes about 30 minutes for that first fight to go off. It's kind of odd. Hopefully we don't lose any fights on that other card, because I don't think that other card can take that. George, I'm going to take a quick break, right? While you... Okay?
Sure. All right. I hope the next fight has a little bit more bravado. I don't know what the right word is, but I'm not saying the fighters aren't going for it, but man, like, okay, remember how I was defending the card earlier? People were saying this card sucked or whatever. I don't think it does. But at the same time, the fighters aren't helping my cause. See, all these fighters are ranked. Let's look at the card. We have the prelims. We don't expect them to be ranked. But let me tell you who is ranked. Perez and Johnson, at least one of the two is ranked. I don't have them in front of me, and I haven't done it in 6 weeks. I don't memorize them. Bukauskas is ranked. Krylov is ranked. Umar and Figgy are ranked. Silva, John, and Arnold are ranked. Sora, Natalia, and Rose. Sora, Waldo, and Derek. I mean, everyone's ranked, and they're all ranked in pretty good positions. That means they're very close to a title. Don't you want to go for it? Like a little bit more? I felt like Silva took round one off in his fight. Then he came back strong, fighting with a lot of emotion. I felt like Arnold Allen started to slow down at the end. These are 3-round fights, man. Pretty soon you guys are going to enter 5-round territory. I'm a huge Mario Bautista fan. I have to make sure I don't cross the border of being a homer, right? But look at his fight versus Umar Nurmagomedov. He lost, and his status went up. You could just tell that was a dog in there, someone that was hungry. That's what I wanted to see out of Natalia Silva or Rose Namajunas. It's also what I wanted to see out of Silva and Allen. Silva and Allen each had a round where they really did have that dog in them a little bit, but oh man. I hope Cortez or Derek, I hope one of them gets a finish. We need a finish. There's no way around it. We need a finish to pick this momentum up. This is a new era we're in, the Paramount Plus era. Let's kick things off. Bonuses are $100,000. If you don't get a performance bonus, you still get 25 grand just for finishing. The first 4 ended with KOs. Ty Miller, Josh Hokett, Alex Perez, Nikita Krylov all did their thing. I'm sure they thought, oh man, some great ranked fighters and a Gautier are coming up. Our gooses might be cooked. Nope. Gautier goes to a decision. Nurmagomedov goes to a decision. John Silva, Natalia Silva all went to a decision, all winning. Now we got 3 fights left. I gave it an 8.5 on paper, and now I say it could obviously have room for improvement. But right now, I feel like it's an 8. And it's due to some of these other fighters, I guess, not stepping up a little bit. I'm a little frustrated. I don't know. I don't want to jinx it, but I don't see how this one doesn't end in KO. The crowd pays good money, too. They deserve, I think, a little bit more. I
Pay a
think
lot of money.
I think the fighters are being too strategic and oof, it might cost them. Natalia Silva did not gain much. If she would have starched Rose, she probably could be next for Valentina Shevchenko. I'm telling you, the UFC seems to like her. And I did see Jean Silva going for it, throwing very, very hard. It's just that Arnold Allen was a tough customer, man. He really was. Like I said, I think both Natalia and Rose dropped the ball a little bit. And then now we'll see what happens with this fight. The Aspinall situation is very confusing. If you take him out, then I suppose Gone is going to fight someone. If Tom's going to be out for a while, make your move, guys. Is it going to be you? Is it going to be Volkov? Who's it going to be?
I heard you say that you thought this is at an 8 right now.
It dropped. I gave it an 8.5 on paper, man. But it's just dropped a little bit. Now, something that hurts us is we have to keep the volume down. And sometimes the crowd, Cormier, Rogan, they can lift you a little bit. So that part sucks a little bit, honestly. But you still get the sense, and you know what a boo is. You know when that restless feeling of the crowd is happening, because it's happening to me too. I'm not in that arena. I didn't pay $500 for my ticket, but I'm looking forward to this just as much as they are. And I've seen all these fighters perform at higher levels, and now the money's better. You know, you have the resources. You can bring in the training partners. Rose said she brought in an actual Taekwondo Olympian. Another thing too, you know, maybe this week wasn't the best week, and I'll tell you why. Goes, I saw a lot of fluttering around from fighters. You know, Gaethje complaining about fighter pay, and then when he's asked to speak more on it, no, I'm just here for fighting. Dana not having answers until today, although he made a pretty good statement today. You know, and then the fighters feeling like, oh, you're just trying to set things. Man, this is a fight game. You know, this is what it's all about. You didn't pick another sport. This ain't golf. You wouldn't go up to Brooks Hopeka and Bubba Watson, or not, what's his name, those other guys, and just go, hey, man, who's going to win over 18? Oh, dude, I'm going to knock him out before we get. No, I'm just going to beat this guy, you know, in a game of golf. This is the violent game. That's how we talk. It brings in our the most primal of fans and media and all that. So if someone's ass is going to get kicked, and if we're trying to push fights or start fights or whatever, live with it. You guys get to settle it here. But fighters have become a little soft, man, to me. You remember some of the rivalries? It not only used to be the fighters, but the teams themselves. And not even going back to Lions Den against Team Punishment, just even like the Russians and SVG, you know, straight blast gym.
Shoot box. Man, I heard you say you didn't want to jinx this, but I kind of agree. It's just there's no way. You guys are gonna throw bombs, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe I don't pay attention as much, but I do feel like Paramount Plus and the lights, it does seem like a nice stage. You know, so Dana White said something interesting yesterday. He goes, hey, the fighters have weighed in. I can't control anything after this, he said.
Mm-hmm.
Other than we needed to know what the bonus structure would be. But he's given these guys a great platform, and I'm going to leave fighter pay to the side. They got that PI. He gives them embedded. They promoted well on Paramount Plus. The bonuses are a nice incentive. It really is upon some of these fighters to now raise their levels too. We haven't had any other controversies. I don't want to say that word. Everything's flowing along. Someone just punched someone hard in the face. Stop sparring. Gautier wasn't sparring. He was going for it. That other kid's tough, though. Here we go. Did yours start yet, Goze?
Nah.
All right. We're at 450, 449. And Derek Lewis just threw a nice head kick. It was blocked by Waldo Cortez Acosta. Waldo's backing Derek up. Waldo throws a nice kick at Derek's thigh. Waldo with a front kick. Got to be careful, though. Waldo with a punch to the stomach. Another jumping front or head kick by Derek Lewis. Blocked by Waldo. He does that in every fight. I don't know that he has a high success rate with it.
Mm-hmm.
But he is. That's how athletic Derek is, man. That's a big boy doing that.
He says he wants to win a fight by throwing spinning shit one day.
Well, his hands are his weapons. I was just looking at when he punched that punching machine in Virginia when we went on the military trip.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow. That he just generates so much power. Now he switched the stance. We're at 310 here left in round one. Because they're in opposite stances, they're just kind of playing the feeling out, pawing at each other. Derek switched back to orthodox. Just under 3 minutes left. Jason Herzog, by the way, is your ref. Waldo keeps backing up to Derek, but Waldo hasn't done much, to be honest.
Man, I thought somebody'd be carried out by this moment.
Me too. Halfway through round one, and I think this is one of the ones that only has a 1.5 round over under. So you got a round left, folks, if you bet the under. And neither guy's throwing much. All it takes is one punch. I hear you. But especially Waldo, he could be in that title picture by the end of the year, regardless of what happens with Aspinall. He could be one of the figures that's in there. He's doing the UFC a lot of solids by being a frequent fighter. He's getting KOs. People seem to like him. Cool nickname. This could be a big win for him, but he's not throwing much. Derek's throwing a couple 1-2s. He's missing, though. For some reason, it looks like Derek's punching a little lower, like he's trying to punch him in the armpit or the shoulder.
Mm-hmm. He's not getting the distance he's having problems with.
Waldo just threw a punch and missed, and then Derek threw a nice scoop punch and landed. Waldo used to play baseball, I think in the minor leagues, and it looked like he was trying to throw a pitch, man. That's how hard he threw his right hand. I think the only one that's really entertained me this week, much goes, was Paddy Pimblett.
During the week?
Yeah. He just, every time he's been asked something, he kind of has either been funny, respectful, or whatever, and just kind of cruised along, not ruffled any feathers. Derek slipped, was laying on his back. Waldo was on top, and then decided to just let him up. And the crowd roared right now. So they're back on their feet. It was a clear slip. 40 seconds left. This isn't Lewis and Ngannou, but it's not that far off. Oh, Lewis just threw a nice kick, and we weren't sure of the damage, and then Waldo kind of misstepped a little bit. So again, this could just be a round that someone gets only because we have to give the 10 to someone. I'm giving it to Derek Lewis. How about you?
I don't know. It's close.
10 seconds left. Waldo did get a nice little jab in there.
I think I might go Waldo.
That round was not violent.
Derek has this thing where, do you remember Mike Tyson? Half of the people that fought him were probably already defeated before the fight even started. They were just terrified. Derek is terrifying. And the longer you let a fighter believe that maybe you could hang in there with this guy, it's not a good thing. He has to use that fear against his opponent and really just come after him. I think Waldo's going to get even more comfortable here in round 2 if Derek doesn't put his foot on the gas.
All right, round 2 is about to begin. Both guys have this face where they look frustrated, and I think they're frustrated with themselves. And they need to pick up this crowd because we had 2 decisions in the last couple fights, and those fighters are we expect out of a lot of these fighters that a lot of them are some of the best in the world. They're ranked in the top 10 in the world. Derek again going for a jumping kick. It looked like he touched him a few times with his hands. He backed up Waldo up against the fence, and then he let him go. A little bit more action right now. They're throwing, ducking, moving, feeling. Waldo with a little jab that misses. Waldo throws another jab, still misses. But they're a little bit more active here. Derek's starting to wind up a little bit. Oh, Waldo just wound up a little bit. Starting to pick up. Derek worried too much about getting a Muay Thai plum. Oh, Derek just threw a fastball. Waldo just tried to throw Derek into the fence. Now, no one's being effective, but they're throwing hard stuff.
Yeah, Waldo's right hand was probably one of the best punches of the night.
Solid kick there by Waldo to the leg. 3:44 left in round 2.
You got to be frustrated if you're Dana White right now because this fight, how does it go wrong, right? When you're matchmaking, how do you go wrong? This is the last one you would think would go wrong.
Oh, Derek wound up right now and almost caught him. Salsa Boy lands a nice jab. Another one. 3:07 left in round 2. Throws an overhand right that gets blocked. Two nice jabs land for Waldo, and then he's got a little bit of swag when he does it too. I like it. Maybe that's all it takes is overcoming the little doubt that he's having. I don't know. He looks shook in between rounds. Derek's a veteran. I think he's been in so many of these that I don't think he can snap out of it a lot quicker. But now they're back to slowing down, Goze. Oh, nice little left hand by Derek Lewis. Waldo kind of summons to the crowd like he might have missed. I thought he got a piece of him.
Derek, is it just me or does he look kind of slow tonight?
A little. Waldo doing a good job of getting out of the way of some punches, and it makes Derek look silly. Oh, I hope Derek didn't just hurt himself. Oh, shit. Waldo's on top of him. He's hammering Derek right now really hard. Derek better do something about it. Derek looking for a way out, I think. He's just covering up. He's done. I wonder if he hurt himself, Goze, because he landed straight on his back, and he just kind of laid there, and Waldo got on top, and he made it look too easy, started hammering away, and that was it. I think Derek might be hurt. In fact, Jason Herzog looks like he's already talking to the doctors, or maybe, I don't know.
Like a knee or something?
Yeah, I can't tell. He's on all fours right now. But while he was on all fours, he wasn't really doing anything to get out of the position where you're a compromised fighter. You're unintelligently defending himself. And so that's why I knew it was going to come to an end. Here we go. Here's a replay. Derek swings. Looks like he slips. And he grabs the back of his right leg, but he allows Waldo to just walk up and start pounding him. He covers up, but he doesn't do anything else other than that, and Jason Herzog has to stop it. But it looked like he did grab the right knee real quick.
Yeah. And if you look at his mouth, he kind of made this like a grimace.
Right here, right here.
His right knee went out.
Yeah. Those are the ear punches. Those are fair. Those are legal. Right on the ear. Boom, boom. Jason says that's enough. I think if Derek would have rolled somehow, and right now Derek's on a stool, Waldo's being very sportsmanlike. Remember, they kind of had some words, but I think he knows he's injured, and I think Waldo's just paying him respect. Now, did that fight deliver? No, not really. We did get a finish, but one guy got hurt, and it was the guy that I thought was going for it a little bit more. I'm not saying Derek would have won or not, but again, let's see. Sometimes the main event can save it all, Goze. We'll see. We still got 2 more fights. Sean O'Malley and Song Yadong up next, and then Justin Gaethje and Paddy Pimblett. Oh my gosh.
Well, on that note, O'Malley minus 225, Yadong plus 185.
Yadong. I'm going with underdogs here. Except for Paddy. I think I'm going to change my tune. I've gone against Paddy too many times. Here's another thing, Goze. Is it the 6 weeks that have made us so that we're expecting way more than what's happening? And therefore, we're a little pissy right now?
I don't think so.
Right now, are you happy? Or are you like, are you feeling like this night's going too quick? We're only down to 2 fights. And yesterday, Dana White was asked the question at the Zuffa Boxing post-fight press conference. I don't know if you remember. He goes, Dana, the stage is set, Paramount Plus, a new era. What would make you happy? And he goes, you know what? I think he said 3 wow moments. Did you hear that?
I think so.
And then the rest just takes care of itself. Have we had a wow moment yet?
No, man. I'm not happy, but I can't blame the UFC. The fighters just didn't deliver.
Yeah. We have not had wow moments.
Danny's going to be wearing an eye patch on Monday, huh?
Joe says it was a shutout. He said the fight was easy. Were you shocked by that? Says I wasn't surprised. I'm a big fan of his, actually. It was an honor to fight him. I wanted to show my calmness, my patience. It's a big win for you, Joe's telling him. Who do you want next? Who did he say?
I don't have the volume up.
Who could he have said? It sounded like he said Ray. Who sounds like Ray? Maybe the chat could help us.
Eesh.
Blades. Maybe Blades. Did he say Blades? That sounded a little bit like it, yeah. I mean, it can't be Aspinall for now. Holly Madison? She looks pretty good.
We saw her last night.
Well, but I mean, at the very end, walking out. Chandler's in the house. Who? Colby Covington. Alex Pereira. Hey, that's Ulysses, Goze. Right behind Waldo. So after you see Pereira, if you're a little bit behind, you might see Ulysses Gomez. John Morgan, our former colleague. Brent Brookhouse, a former colleague, also in the front row.
I didn't see him, George.
Tiki Gosen, that his manager? Tiki used to fight in the UFC. Tiki also went to the same high school as I did. Yeah, Tiki's walking out with him, so he must be part of the squad. Did you see Ulysses Goze?
No, I didn't. I looked for him.
I think he said Curtis Blades. I thought I heard A or something, or Ray, or so Aspinall. You could call him out, but we don't even know what's going on with him. And when he's ready to come back, it'll be Cyril gone. I suppose Alexander Volkov, Sergey. It sounded like Ray or.
You wouldn't call him out though, right?
I know. I'm just trying to make sense of who he called out. He beat Shamil, Ante Dalia. I mean, he could try and avenge that loss to Sergey, but he might have said Blades. I don't know. All right. Next up, Sean O'Malley.
Scream 7? Don't you just move at that point? You survive this many, like, out of the country somewhere?
What's that?
There's a Scream 7.
I thought I saw somebody walking with a Scream mask
Yeah.
as Waldo was leaving, and it looked like he was walking with Waldo. But I thought, no, there's no way.
If somebody told you, remember that time you were almost murdered, and you'd have to say, which time? I've already almost been killed 6 different times. You gotta move. You gotta go to another country or something. Live on a yacht.
What is it? The same people all the time?
Isn't it? Isn't it always the same girl?
I think I stopped watching after like 2. Courtney Cox was one of the original ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the chat, I'm seeing Paramount Plus gave me a free 7-day trial without charging my card, and I'm watching the fight right now. So shout out to Samoan Suave, 45. That's not a bad strategy, Goze, because he or she may have nicked 2 of them today, and then a week from today would be a 7th day, I think, technically, right? I don't know if Paramount Plus would let you slip or say by the book, it expired or what, but that's not a bad strategy for someone that wants to give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I can appreciate that, but let me just tell you, I don't work for Paramount Plus, just get it. It really is worth the money.
Some of the great shows on there. I mean, if you're only planning on keeping it for a week, definitely hit up some of them shows.
Yeah, just even if you have to, if money's a little short, just get it with the ads. It might save you like $4 a month. But I think it's $8.99 and $12.99. $12.99 with no ads, $8.99 with ads. So, I mean, I think it's when you're watching basically the shows mostly, right, Goze, where they pause and take certain breaks.
Yeah, but I mean, you get up, you take a leak, you go grab a water, whatever.
What do you have, with ads or without?
With
ads. Okay.
Because I've been seeing ads.
It doesn't seem to bother me too much. I'm not overwhelmed with ads. There are some times where I watch on YouTube a show and I get hammered with ads, and I'm like, I think about it then. But
that's the thing. I think when we watch, like, say we watch Landman, I don't think there's ads. I think it's only ads on live events.
Oh boy. Did we make our bet?
Yeah.
Do we have a record for today? I'm afraid to ask that.
I'm scared to look at it. Let's see.
My cousin Hugo from Lima, Peru is telling me, I told you so. He did like Waldo. I got to give him his due. I homered.
Okay, we
I'm
had
a Black
Johnson
Beast
and
fan.
Bukauskas. Those were losses, right? Then Umar by decision. I had that. You had Figgy by KO or TKO? Allen, you had that. I guess I did too. No, wait, Silva. Sorry, we both had Silva, so that was a win. You had Rose. I had Silva, and then we both had Lewis. I'm trying to remember what I turned in on my staff picks. I feel like I did something different there. You think this fight can turn things around?
I hope so. Goes 6 weeks is a long time. I'm pumped for Paramount Plus. I love Paramount Plus. A few streaming issues that I think will get worked out. We get back-to-back pay-per-views. We kind of, you and I made it out into the to the strip a few times and saw a lot of people. Even going back to last week, going to the PI, seeing Mark Ratner's office, some of the interviews we had. Like I really was pumped. I promoted hard, especially these last few days, trying to put all the embeddeds out there. I saw the embeddeds, and I think the matchmaking is pretty solid. You know, like even though there's some great disparity between the odds, I still feel like every underdog had a shot.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't think, this was matchmaking like some of the old Strikeforce ones, right? Minus 1,000. Well, I guess there have been a couple minus 1,000s out there, but O'Malley has a big chance. Umar Nurmagomedov won his fight, but Sean O'Malley is very popular, and I think he has an opportunity to wiggle his way in there. He has to style on this kid. I don't think he can just go to a decision because then he leaves the opening for maybe Marab versus Peter Yan. And even going back, oh my God. Even going back goes, we had Sean O'Malley on. And remember I asked him, hey man, like, are you ready to take control here? Like, does it look like you could? He said, you know what? Yeah, but I'd be okay. He said, I'd be okay with Peter Yan and Marab. And
I think he said I would get it.
Fool, like I just set you up. I just threw it like this so that you could spike it. And I would do the same for Marab and Umar. Hey, does it look like maybe you can get in there and pull something off? And they just deferred. No, man, I'd be all right with waiting. Okay, but learn from Justin Gaethje. Learn from a lot of fighters that when they get to the end and they look and say, God damn, I think I could have done a lot more. After all the blood I spilled here. Look at Uriah Faber. Doesn't age, does he?
No, not at all.
There's the boxing coach, Joey Rodriguez. And I think Danny Castillo is still the head coach at Team Alpha Male. I saw him on one of the embeddeds. Fellow 49ers fan. Actually, so is Faber now that I think about it.
He is?
Yeah. Nate Diaz, Uriah Faber, Danny Castillo. I think Luke Rockhold. And then like Gilbert Melendez, for example, Stitch Duran, they side with the Raiders. These are our NorCal buddies.
Isn't Jared Rochelle 49er fan?
Big 49ers fan, yeah.
So all the lights turn pink in the arena.
Give me a sec, right, Goze?
Yeah. This is I mean, I wouldn't say it's do or die for Sean O'Malley, but definitely his career needs this win. I mean, he was at the top, took 2 back-to-back losses. You want to be able to say, look, I have those 2 losses, but they were to a great fighter. This one here, this would sting. This would put him kind of in a different tax bracket. Sean O'Malley now walking out to the cage. Looks calm. Like he's walking into a 7-Eleven or something. He is one of 4 former champions on this card tonight. You got to respect what this kid's done, man. I mean, you know, people will say he kind of got an easy road. I get that. I get that argument. UFC did help him out a lot. But he did his part for the most part. He improved. He got better.
All right, there's O'Malley. One of the most popular fighters in the UFC. I'm hit or miss with that guy, but mostly he's won me over, Goze. And I guess it's maybe those moments where he does kind of keep it real, because I love athletes that push themselves, and sometimes that requires being a jerk, being cocky, you know, or whatever. But I want them to make that bread and to be the best version of themselves, especially with a company that has the resources, right? But it's only when all of a sudden it's like you're too good, you know, like you overdo it, and then all of a sudden you rub me the wrong way, and you're like, I don't necessarily pray for your downfall or anything, but you guys have to understand. Goze and I have done 3,600 plus episodes, almost 20 years of covering this. A lot of these fighters, we met them when they were pure and honest and hungry. And so they were human beings before they became stars. So we know the real fill in the blanks. GSPs, Sean O'Malley's, Michael Chandler's, Conor McGregor's, whatever. And so to see them grow and be successful and rich and happy, we're happy for them, right? But if you're also a jerk and you don't start to treat others well, that's the part that kind of chaps our hide, because sometimes we know what's really hidden beneath there. Like Covington's a great example. Colby Covington is despised by a lot of people, but Goze, that's one of the nicer kids that ever went with us to a military visit.
Yeah, he signed everything, you know, spent extra time. We'd have to go, Colby, we gotta leave. Couldn't have been any better.
Yeah, and I tell people that, but they're like, he's a jerk. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm not gonna change anyone's mind. But we got plenty of examples of fighters being that way, and then all of a sudden they just completely changed. What I struggle with is, would I change? Maybe I might be the same. Who knows? And then there's some fighters that are so grounded and so cool, they don't change one bit. Randy Couture could not be any nicer. Uriah Faber could not be any nicer. Brad Tavares,
Henderson.
oh my God. Yeah, Dan Henderson. There's just so many that are aces, man. They've never changed one bit. And but then there's others that, you know, and then a lot of them do circle back and they kind of come, you know, like they don't really necessarily say it, but I might have lost myself a little bit for for a few years. Anyway, I thought everybody was supposed to kind of grow up, mature together, and everybody hopefully find a way to provide for themselves and their families and help build a sport. You know, everyone contribute. I mean, you and I were a tiny percent with MMA Junkie, and our colleagues and all the fighters. They're the main course. They have to do it, but at the same time, do it with class, be a professional, represent what you were. I think O'Malley has some of that. I like that O'Malley was actually, he doesn't really, I don't think, have managers. I think he realized, you know what, I can do it myself. I don't need to negotiate. I'm me, and this is where I want to fight. And so he stood up for himself a few times. The other day he was asked, hey, you haven't won in 2 years. And he goes, I didn't think of that. And he just kind of smiled. But he said, you're right, and I got to win this one.
He's growing me a little bit.
Here we go. Sean O'Malley against Song Yadong, the co-main event of UFC 324, starting the Paramount Plus era here. The stakes are O'Malley could get a title shot if he wins. I don't know. I don't know if Song Yadong would. Song Yadong just kicked him as O'Malley was asking for a high five. It was just a calf kick, but still.
But you know what? Before the fight, when they were circling, he tried to shake O'Malley's hand, and O'Malley wasn't having anything.
Yeah. Well, that song is solid, isn't he?
Yeah. Sean can cover a lot of ground, though. He's got to use that weapon.
O'Malley rocking the pink tights, Song with the black trunks. O'Malley in the red corner, Song in the blue corner. Usually that only matters in title fights. It's the red tape around the wrist that'll tell you who the champ is. Otherwise, they're just the A side, I guess, or I don't know. Another feeling out process here. The first minute out the window, nothing major thrown. O'Malley did throw a nice punch. Song answered. Herb Dean, the third man in the octagon. We haven't said his name much tonight.
No.
Could it be that some of these guys are just so good, Goze, you have to respect everything? I mean, last year was the year of the spinning back elbow. You could be dominating a fight. Next thing you know, you walk into one of those and you're staring at the canvas.
Could be.
Spinning back kick, nice one by Song. It misses, but boy, he throws it with a lot of speed. Sean O'Malley said this is the first fight where his daughter can actually watch in person. He's a good family man with his daughter.
Yeah. I was laughing when his daughter told him to keep it down during the interview.
Yeah. All the interviews we do on MMA Junkie can be seen at www.youtube.com/MMA Junkie. Some of you are watching through our YouTube channel. Others can go straight to this through the site if you'd like as well. We do have a chat feature there. Try and stay on top of it. Thank you. What's that? Oh, thank you.
Man, these feeling out processes have
I know
forever, and
I know there's nothing to report. 206 left here in round one. No one's really hurt anyone, folks. They're touching, but they're sparring mostly.
To me, Song's the aggressor.
Nice front kick there by Sean O'Malley. King Mo was telling us he really likes that front teep kick to the body. He wishes more fighters would throw it. There's a chance King Mo might join us on Spinning Back Click, our live show on Mondays. Myself and Goze, along with our colleagues, we unpack the latest news, results, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific for 1 hour. You should catch it with us. And from time to time, we do have guest co-hosts. And I think King Mo's going to join us on Monday's show. As we unpack UFC 324, all the latest news. We'll probably talk a little bit about Zuffa boxing, the bonuses, some of the latest. Dana White reiterating it won't be Michael Chandler versus Conor McGregor, but yet he won't tell us who it'll be. He says he wants to get through this card and next week's card, UFC 325, featuring Alex Volkanovski against Diego Lopez. Then they're going to start to put the White House card together. Now, that doesn't mean they don't have a March card in Vegas and an April card in Miami to worry about too, but I think that other card is very important to them, and so they want to start figuring that out. And we'll be with you guys next week again, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific for the main card, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific for the prelims. Another watch along here on MMA Junkie.
So Song is now on top. The calf kicks, they exchanged quite a few, but I would say this is probably going to win him the round. It's got to do something though, right? It's just kind of pitter-patting a little bit.
Right.
Sean O'Malley's trying to play to the ref, trying to get a stand-up, but try and get up, man.
And this was a very winnable round for O'Malley.
Mm-hmm. I got this 10-9 Song Yadong. I think O'Malley got up saying he won that round. How'd you score it?
I agree. I thought it was Song.
Not by a lot, though.
No, exactly. I was just about to say the same thing. Here we go. This is round 2. Now, we said the same thing about the Silva Namajunas fight. And even though it was close, I thought Rose finished stronger, and she had a slight edge in the significant strike count. But yet, in the end, all 3 judges gave that round to Natalia Silva. They just collided legs, and it looked like Song Yadong got the best of that one. I mean, he's got some thick calves. I hate to keep railing on Sean O'Malley, with the long, lanky frame. If you guys kind of have that. But when they collide legs, sometimes it doesn't go good for that guy. Speaking of leg kicks, you think Justin Gaethje's going to throw him, Goze? It seems like he's gotten away from him. Remember, Jose Aldo was one of the guys that put those on the map, and towards the end, he wouldn't do it as much.
Yeah. If you told me Justin Gaethje was going to throw those and at least mix in some takedowns, I would pick him. But spoiler alert, I'm going Paddy Pimblett.
Goze, have you tried tonight's cuisine? Cheese and mushroom quesadillas, right?
And spinach and tomato, I think.
What are you guys all eating at home? I'm sure there's some pizza and beer, but what else? Any burgers? Any steaks? Let us know.
They're just kind of standing in front of each other, feinting a lot, but not really throwing.
Zach the Mudman, shout out to you, Paddy or Justin. They have not fought yet. George Gonzalez is saying his Paramount stream has not messed up at all. Hopefully he didn't jinx it.
Mm-hmm.
320 left here in round 2. That is a tasty quesadilla.
Jesus, man, somebody's got to take control here.
Do you think Dana's not pleased right now?
It can't be. Nice little check hook from Song, partially blocked by O'Malley. O'Malley's just he's not putting on enough pressure.
Song's got his back. They're on the feet. Not sure why O'Malley's so concerned with the 3-point stance.
If they did a highlight reel up until now, you might get 2 strikes out of it.
He needs to just take a knee. Now Song gets him down. O'Malley using rubber guard to tie up one of his arms. He lets it go. Song inside of Sean O'Malley's full guard. Sean O'Malley immediately trying to get up. He can't. He's being smothered by Song pretty well, and now Song's carrying him towards the cage. Now, that said, he hasn't done anything in terms of damage, and Sean does a great job of escaping. He's back to his feet. Song kicking and punching. O'Malley landed a nice hook. 1:15 left here in round 2. Song feeling comfortable against the former champ. I think O'Malley needs to get back to some basics. Goes sting with a jab, set up some 1-2s. Yeah, that I was gonna say maybe I don't think he's gonna do too much with calf kicks or leg kicks, but maybe the strong teep kicks to the body. Remember, O'Malley was the favorite coming in, almost 2-1. Some wild swings from both guys. 22 seconds left. Let's see who closes strong. O'Malley goes back to the body, throws a nice right hand that misses, though. Oh, he did block. He checked one of Song's kicks really nice. That had to hurt his foot. But again, an uneventful round in terms of, you know, the fight night and all that, the pay-per-view, sorry, the number event that we're at.
O'Malley's output's not enough. He needs to, I mean, he's a fan favorite, and maybe the judges just kind of lean his way, but he's definitely got to do more.
You know what scares me, Goze, is Dana White won't go back on his word. But I remember, I can't remember it was, well, here's what I'm getting at. There was one UFC where Mike Bond and the fans and the fighters got him to push up the bonuses. I don't know if it was UFC 300 or what it was, but do you remember where he said, I'm never going to do that again, get tucked into a bonus at a press conference or whatever? Right now, he said something, he goes, I tried to incentivize them and no one went for it. Blame these fighters. I remember he said, whoever was on that card, he said, blame these guys. I'm never going to do it again. And right now he's probably going, what the hell? You know, like, why is no one going for it?
I mean, look at the audience. They look bored.
Some of these guys make some good bread too. Even though O'Malley's not champ, I bet you he commands a decent paycheck. Because look, and understandably so. Out of the 18,000, 20,000 that are there that night, why did they buy a ticket? Probably because of Paddy, Justin, Sean, maybe Derek. Is Song pointing to the ground? Look like he made some sort of emotion, like stay still or something.
Still throwing that calf kick.
O'Malley just had a couple nice punches. Crowd picked up a little bit.
Both Arman Saruki and Aljamain Sterling say he needs O'Malley needs a finish. think Aaron Bronstetter said it was 1-1.
See what the live odds are. O'Malley plus 180. Yadong minus 275. Again, the over-under is about to come up right now. You got 30 seconds to cash the under. This was one of the fights I thought could go the distance, though.
Yeah.
The crowd is not into it, man. In no way have I ever thought that tonight could be in Paris, France. I mean, it's been very quiet there tonight. Was there a loud moment tonight?
Not anything that stands out. Now, could the main event make up for it? I don't know.
It could help, but it won't make up for it. Tonight's been a little bit of a letdown. Right? Not a disaster, but it's been a little bit of a letdown. I don't blame the matchmakers. I don't blame Dana White. The beauty of a UFC card is you have like 13 chances. Sometimes it's 11 fights, 13, 15, I don't know, whatever, for these big moments. And you hope most of them are towards the latter end of the card, meaning the top.
Mm-hmm.
We just haven't had them. Song's doing his job, kind of. I think Sean just hasn't used his length as good as he could have.
Yeah. And he's only throwing one punch at a time. Right now, it's him kind of retreating. Yadong just pushes.
Okay, Sean has stung him a couple times with jabs and twos. He's making Song bleed. Song's smiling at him. I think he's basically not hurting him. That's the thing. Oh, he just hit him with a knee, though. Remember, that first round still. Sean's closing strong right now. 30 seconds left. And the crowd has picked up. 25 seconds left. But Sean needs to be putting more on there, and he's not. Sean finally kind of finding a groove. He's not backing up for one. Song Yadong with a spinning back kick to the chest. 10-second clapper. Now they're pointing to the ground. At least Song is. O'Malley doesn't pay him much. O'Malley kicks to the head, slips. This is it. Sean feels like he won, Goze. Remember, at the end of round one, he thought he won that round. He has every right to think he won this round. Did he, though?
I kind of have the same feeling we had earlier in the night. Like, it is very possible, but you can't be thumping your chest, right? Like that. Like, it wasn't a great performance. You think Umar's in the back going, whew?
Uh-huh. So's Morale. Peter Jan's going, come on, boys. Make me sweat. ¿Tú crees que ganó Sean o la canción?
La canción. La canción joven, ¿no?
Who's Sean talking smack to? To himself?
I hope not.
Here we go. Judges' scorecards. All three judges agree. 29-28. Sugar Sean O'Malley. Oh.
Man, both those guys had not a good night.
I didn't see Yadong's reaction or his count.
He kind of walked off.
Calling out Peter Young. He said, go ahead, Marab, lots of respect. I'll fight the winner. If not, I'll take that belt, baby. And here's the thing, Goze. It's hard to really even say anything. I don't say robbery too much, and I'm not going to say it tonight. But when the judges are consistent, that's a shut case, open and shut case. You know, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
There's really no reason to go to MMA decisions or nothing like that. I mean, if the three guys that are mostly trained with the best seat all agree, I don't have the type of ego to think they missed something. You know.
Yeah.
It's when they don't agree and the fans and media were all on the same side. There was more boos. There was more boos clearly in the
arena.
In the Rose fight. That one had more boos. The fans didn't like that call. He's bringing his little daughter in. That's cool. She's a little camera shy, I think. Now she wants to run out? Oh, she's going to Uncle Tim Welch, the coach. She doesn't like the attention. You think that's pretty overwhelming, Goze, for a little kid with 18,000, 20,000 cheering, and you got to go in there? You think the little kid's like, what the hell?
I don't know. All right, you want to make this last and final pick for the night?
That's the DJ, right? Steve Aoki?
Probably.
Travis Barker? Kourtney Kardashian? Who's this fool? I thought it was Masvidal, but no. Corey Sandhagen. Marab and Kamaru.
Was Jared Leto the one we called a fool?
I don't know. Reed Harris from the WEC. All right. Last fight.
All right.
I think I'm just Eddie Mush. I love underdogs, but I've been going against Paddy too much. I love the old guard, but I've been going against the young guys too much. And I've really liked the way Paddy's comported himself. I didn't like Gaethje too much this week. I thought he was almost his own worst enemy, or who knows. But And what's weird is Gaethje's widely renowned and respected because he's such a gangster.
Mm-hmm.
But yet somehow he's finding ways to foul that up, you know?
So you got
Paddy.
he's minus 250. Gaethje's plus 200. I'm gonna go Paddy as well.
You think he submits him, or you think he
I think if he submits him, it's not because a takedown, some ground, and like I think he probably dazes him with a shot or something first. I kind of don't. I don't like where Justin's head's been.
Me neither. Paddy just keeps getting better and better. And he looks really, really big and lean. I think he can take down Justin. I think he can submit Justin. I don't think he can knock out Justin. I do think Justin can knock him out, but Paddy, I don't think Paddy's been knocked out. So Justin Gaethje, WSOF Justin Gaethje, I think would cause Paddy a lot of problems. Right now, I feel like he is a split second slower in his decision making when he needs to be. And he's gotten away from those leg kicks. I hate to keep bringing those up, but I could swear he stopped a few fights with leg kicks.
That's a game changer, those leg kicks. I mean, these guys get kicked with those all the time, but you see pros, good fighters talk about how hard those shots are. You can only take so many of them, man. But he just sometimes gets away from them.
Why have I not seen? I've seen Oliveira, Max Holloway promotion, but I haven't seen Volk and Lopez. Why?
They've shown it.
They
I
have?
think you got up when they were showing it.
Because that's the next one, and it's next Saturday.
I think when you got up earlier, like to use the restroom or something, they were showing it. Last one, main event. We'll be back again next week. That's odd, huh?
Yeah. Now remember, this fight from the time it was made to now could be different. Here's why. Because this is for the interim title. Normally the interim champ and the undisputed champ unify. But Arman Sarukian's a beast. I know he's in a doghouse and everything, but man, he's got a lot of support, a lot of love behind him. And him and Ilya don't like each other. That said, neither do Paddy and Ilya. Paddy's definitely the most popular out of all of them. But with Ilya Topuria now proclaiming that he'll be back either in sometime from April to June, it could very well be that the winner of this fight just gets Ilya Topuria. Whereas before, we used to think, well, maybe this fight will happen and then maybe Ilya will defend against Arman. I don't think that's going to happen, Goze. I think the winner of this one gets Ilya Topuria. And they get whatever metric they use instead of pay-per-views, too.
Armin's in the front row. But apparently he's still in a doghouse. Do we know exactly what happened to Mark Smith?
No, why?
I'm just trying to find out.
He's been reffing.
No, well, they were helping him. They didn't like carry him out of the arena, but kind of Kellen Winslow like earlier in the night. Yeah.
I didn't know that. So he must have got hurt, maybe?
Something, yeah. It looked like an ankle or something.
Oh, that sucks. I think he's a pilot, right? As well?
Is he?
Yeah. I thought he flew with one of the airlines or he had some sort of a federal job like that.
So it looks like all this stuff that we're seeing, this is not going to be kind of the norm for UFC fight nights. It's more because this is the first one on Paramount Plus that they're doing some of the special bells and whistles and stuff like that. But
You've been told that?
The pacing will be better.
You've been told that?
Zach Candido tweeted that.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see what happens with this fight. Maybe this fight does it and saves the card. I'm probably like you. I might be down to about a 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I never thought of it that way, but right when Dana said what he said, it resonated with me. I show up on Saturday nights to see, maybe I'll put it a little differently. I want to always find a new star, a new possible star. That's why I know I probably talked him to death, but Goze, how good did Merriweather look yesterday? The boxer. He was the second fight of the night on an 8-fight card. He won a performance bonus, but even though he hadn't had that many fights, didn't it look like, oh, that dude could be something?
Yeah. Yeah, his technique was great. There didn't seem like there was anything he could have really improved on in his physique, his cardio. He had the basics down. I mean, he looks like he'd be really good.
Wow, they're really helping hype up the Englishman here. Oh, Paddy the Batty chants are resonating through the T-Mobile Arena. Will they do the same for Justin Gaethje? He's the American. We're not in Liverpool. I hope he gets something as well. Hopefully we can catch up with his manager, Graham Boylan, this week, because he tells us that Paddy's just a huge star, bigger than what anyone even thinks or knows, and he turns down so many requests.
Mm-hmm.
People want to align with him, whether it's entertainment, sponsorship, interviews. Now, he's always stopped short of saying he's either the next McGregor or surpass McGregor or even close to McGregor. Both guys fought for him at Cage Warriors, but he does say, man, this dude's on a trajectory. Now, granted, he's not champ yet. He could hold the belt tonight, possibly, and then after that, he'd have a huge undisputed fight against Ilia Topuria, but the sport's a lot bigger now than it was. You know, continuously keeps getting bigger and bigger, and a lot of people I know like Paddy the Batty.
He's growing. I mean, it's just fun to talk to.
Yeah. I mean, look at this walkout. Everyone's on their feet. No one's at the concession stands.
Can you do that with your elbows, George? Do they bend that way?
Probably not, because of my shoulders more than anything.
All right. You know, have you've been kind of mushed tonight on MMA?
Yeah.
Who you got in tomorrow's games?
I am one of the believers that think that even though Bo Nix is not playing for the Denver Broncos, it's going to be closer than people think.
Okay.
And for sure, I'll take Denver plus 3.5 at home. They have a stellar defense. I think it'll be a close game. It could be that the Patriots win. But again, I think the 3.5 will be a key number. It was up to 5.5 and 6 earlier in the week, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then in the other game, I don't want to sound like a hater. They're both in our division. I'm a Niners fan, but I think the Rams can take Seattle, and here's why. It comes down to, I think it'll be a close game. The line's 2.5. Seattle's a favorite. Tough at home. They're even better on the road, believe it or not. I think Seattle might have been 8-0 on the road this year. But Goze, man, in the last 2 minutes, who do you want at QB? Matthew Stafford, who's won a Super Bowl, who's got so many comebacks. He's got incredible weapons. Or Sam Darnold.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. You want the vet that's been there. He just can move the ball so quickly, you know. And the receivers that they got. But that defense got no chill, man.
Why do you think Paddy came out first, by the way?
I don't know.
Because neither guy really has
I mean, Justin used to be a champ, right?
Yeah, that's all I can think of is maybe seniority, and he was a former champ. All right, let's see if they have something to hype up the Gaethje crowd. It's almost like Gaethje should have taken the USA angle.
Well, it usually comes out with a flag, right?
Yeah. Or a catchy song or something. What's this he's walking out to? I can't tell.
I heard they asked him what he wanted, but he never got back to him.
There's a good pop for the flag, and Justin Gaethje is walking out through the tunnel. Do you think something like Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA could have done well? Get the crowd singing Born in the USA. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but you know what? I would have maybe gone something a little different and done something, some heavy metal or something. You can't do Enter Sandman because that's Brock's, but something like that.
Dude, how cool was Vanderlei's song?
Remember when he got tired of it though?
He did?
Yeah. He said he tried to change it, but they wouldn't let him. It was too iconic. It was dope, but it was even crazier in Japan with the walkout and all that, you know, and with Len Hart screaming.
Was that George Santiago?
Yeah.
Doesn't he live in Florida?
I think he moved a while back.
To Colorado?
I think so.
I don't remember the number, but it was like 146. It was when Bigfoot Silva fought Alistair Overeem.
Mm.
Man, I remember Alistair. It took forever to come out. And it was one of those songs, those EDM songs, where it kept building and building and building. And he was standing there. And then finally, when it did drop, it paid off and the crowd went nuts. But boy, man, he was this close to, I think people just going, just start walking, dude. Like,
I think he still had the sledgehammer at that time, right? Wasn't he just
maybe.
standing in the right at the entrance?
Yeah, I can look up the song. But it was great. Uriah Faber had a great song. But Vanderlei's is epic. Vanderlei's gets played in soccer stadiums, and it's really great. Paddy for sure had a better walkout. It could just be that he's more popular. I don't know, but he's the Englishman fighting in America.
You know what's crazy is we started an hour earlier, and we're still. If this goes,
Sorry,
the
real quick.
distance.
37 years of age for Justin Gaethje, 31 for Paddy Pimblett. Justin Gaethje just a slight taller, maybe a half-inch taller. Their weight is almost identical as well, but the reach belongs to Paddy Pimblett by about 2 or 3 inches. Go ahead.
If this goes the distance, we're probably not going to get out of here any earlier than we normally do, right?
Possibly, yeah. Some of them were starting to end at 10, though, past 10. This one could end as late as 9:30. So, yeah, a little. But like you said, it seems like this one was a little more extended than usual. Mike Bell, Derek Cleary, and Sal D'Amato are the judges. Mark Goddard is the referee. Mike Bell and Sal D'Amato for sure are very seasoned MMA refs. Derek Cleary comes over from boxing, but he's got a lot of rounds done in MMA. So I think we're in good hands there. If you do, remember this, if you do hear a split decision, it would be probably Cleary that goes against the other two. We call them Vegas judges. But they're in good hands with Goddard. I like the way everything's lining up. The only thing I don't like is that the card didn't feed into the main event, but it doesn't mean that the main event can't still at least leave us feeling pretty buzzed at the end of the night.
Mm-hmm.
The stakes are high. Interim title and maybe a shot at Ilia Topuria. Life-changing for both guys. See, the jacket looks blue from this distance for a buffer, by the way.
They could have been shining blue lights on them too.
See, this guy wasn't as filled in as he is now, Goze. He's
Yeah.
filled into his man body.
So he's going to end a minus 250 favorite here. Gaethje plus 200. You feeling confident in your pick?
I think Paddy wins, yes. You?
Again, if I knew Justin Gaethje could stick to a game plan, I'd pick him. But he just hasn't been doing that. So I'll go Paddy.
Do you think that Manchester United can beat Arsenal tomorrow?
I do. Or at least get the draw. But if they go down first, if they go down 1-0, and especially if it's early, it's over. Do you think in the truck they told that cameraman, zoom out of that staff?
Yeah. Do they high five? Yes. All right. They don't need to, but. So Paddy is right now in a softball stance. He just switched. Sorry. Gaethje in the orthodox stance. Paddy's hands are really low. Paddy kicks to the body. Paddy kicks to the leg. Paddy again kicks to the leg, except that was more foot than shin. Paddy throwing a couple looping punches. Gaethje fights through those, no big deal. KG with a nice stiff jab to the body. Paddy with an overhand right, looked more like a hammer fist. Paddy once again working the leg.
I'm worried about how low Paddy's hands are.
Oh, that kick might have landed for Paddy. Now Gaethje fights through it. Remember, he's got a cinder block on his neck, but still doesn't mean that those don't hurt and they can't cut you up. But that looked like shin to face. Now Gaethje's throwing some nice punches. Paddy's getting out of them, but he's throwing. Oh, he throws an uppercut. He really hurt Paddy Pimblett. Now he's on top of him with some ground and pound. Paddy's trying to fight through it. Justin Gaethje's now, I can't tell if he's trying to get underneath for a choke or if Paddy's just holding on to his hands. Paddy is recovering, though. But Paddy was hurt. Paddy's still on the ground on all fours in a turtle. Gaethje's trying to sneak in some punches. They are touching the ear. Now he backs off, and he's going to make Gaethje stand up. And that could be an error, Goze. I would have kept pounding on him.
Yeah.
Now Paddy just landed a nice uppercut.
Could have wore him down, too.
I think Paddy's still hurt. Nice overhand right. Paddy's still wobbly. Overhand right just landed for Gaethje. Paddy's not clowning anymore. He's a little bit more serious. The hands have come up a little bit more. He should still bring him up higher. Oh, and I think that was more timing. He fell to his back just as Gaethje punched him in the chest. Paddy keeps coming up the middle with shins, kicks, and he just landed an uppercut on Gaethje. But Gaethje's got a chin. Now, when Paddy's throwing his right, it looks really awkward. Gaethje's throwing nice straight punches. Now they're back in the center of the octagon. He might have already gotten past this moment here, but I thought he was in some real trouble there. It looked like he got hurt, and then Gaethje pounded right on top of him. Paddy's still a little wild, and that chin's out there, and the hands are low. I know that's been his style, but still, when you're hurt like that and you got a heavy hitter, man. He had Paddy against the fence, taking his back. Paddy just turned around into him. Paddy's still trusting in that knee right up the middle. Go ahead, Goze.
I was going to say, if Justin's finding the mark with those types of shots, Ilya's going to find him too.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a lot quicker.
Good point. Paddy's really trusting in that uppercut. He's thrown about five or six of them. He's throwing some kicks. No takedown attempts yet. There's 1:10 left here in round one. Hands are down, chin's out. Not a good thing for him, man. Not while you're buzzing still. Now he's complaining about an eye poke. He's wondering why he's getting booed. It doesn't look too bad just right now. He's trying to blink through it. It looked like Goddard caught it. No one's questioning that. I do see some fingers there. Doctor's taking a look.
No shame.
Huh?
Yogi has no shame. Just farted in Laura's face. Bad boy.
All right. Well, now that it happened, this is the word that I didn't want to jinx it about 2 or 3 hours ago. I was like, hey, there hasn't been any. And I go, I don't want to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was happy there hadn't been any eye pokes. So now that we got ours out of the way and it wasn't too bad, I'm just glad that it's been a fairly clean night. Okay, Goddard is really admonishing Gaethje. That looked to me like maybe what we call a hard warning, or just telling him, hey, look, we're really tightening things up here. Gaethje took it like a man. It clearly was an eye poke. That might have given Paddy time to recoup as well, Goze. I still think he was seeing a little bit of stars. See, when he throws those kicks and he backs away, that chin's just hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Justin just touched it again. Now he's bobbing and weaving, but he's still feeling it. Paddy's very confident in that chin. He's swinging away and he's touching Justin too, man. But Justin deflects some of those punches because his hands do come up. They're up against the cage. Gaethje's buried his forehead in Paddy's chest. Now they separate. We're getting close to 10 seconds here. Here we are, spinning back elbow, misses for Paddy. They're up against the cage. Justin misses with a wild right hand. 5 seconds left. Justin misses with a leg kick. So does Paddy. End of the round, first round, 10-9 Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, I think it's an easy 10-9. But if I'm Paddy Pimblett's corner, those hands need to come up. They need to be tighter. If I'm in Justin's corner, I think he could stand to throw a couple more leg kicks, a couple more body attacks. That'll open up that chin even more. If Justin Gaethje wins this fight, though, how pissed do you think Dana's going to be? I mean, he didn't seem to have a great time at Zuffa boxing last night either.
Yeah, look at that. That uppercut landed, and then he just starched him right there. That's a good question. Yeah.
And if the
It
Patriots
would be a
lose,
huge
can you
disappointment.
imagine?
Yeah, it would be a huge disappointment, no doubt. I think Gaethje's very, very likable by most MMA people, but yeah, he's taken a hard turn these last few years, and I think now some people are just like, he's him, and that's it. Maybe Dana has, who knows? But see, the bottom line is fans love to watch this kid fight. See, look at that. Paddy just walked into an easy left hook. Some of them are just gimmies that he, I know he's from Liverpool and Scousers don't get knocked out, but dude, make it tough. Gaethje just dragged him down, snatched him all the way to the ground. Uh-oh.
Who'd Drake bet on?
What on earth? Am I on the Roku Goze?
Yeah. Looks like George is having some problems. Gaethje's controlling Paddy on the ground now. Paddy's on his knees. This is where Gaethje could probably throw a couple hooks.
Dude, with 4 seconds left, I saved myself from not getting disconnected. That was close. It said, you have 27 seconds to tell us if you're on the stream or not. And I was touching the other remote and I missed. And then I realized we were on Roku. What am I missing, Goze? What am I missing those 30 seconds?
Gaethje got him down. He was kind of had him in a front choke a little bit. Uh-oh.
Oh. Well, just as Paddy Pimblett landed a nice uppercut, Gaethje answers with an overhand right. Again, I can't say enough about how Paddy's striking defense needs a lot of work. His boxing needs to be tightened up. Looks like the power's there. He banks a lot on that uppercut. He's gotten away from his kicks. Justin's kind of just walking through that little danger zone. And so far, there hasn't been a takedown attempt that I remember. You?
No. They've just ended up on the ground, but not a traditional takedown attempt.
Right now, they are just grinding away against the fence. 2:25 left here in round 2. Those guys look like they slowed down a little bit. There has been some pretty good action. This fight's had action compared to some of the ones earlier tonight. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So in that regard, I'm pleased. And there's been attempts to finish the fight more from the Gaethje side.
Paddy's face is starting to show a little wear.
I think we'll get that. I think we'll get a finish. I don't know who, most likely Gaethje it looks like right now, but I think we'll get a finish in this fight. That's the good thing. And again, Gaethje drags him down. snatches his neck, drags him down. Paddy's now forced in a turtle position, protecting his neck, but he's also taking strikes from one side. They're not that hard, but they're strikes. Let's see if Paddy can do something about this. They are grappling. They're still on the ground on all fours, both of them. They're facing each other. Paddy's looking to get up. Gaethje still has a good hold of his neck. And he keeps sneaking in some punches, some hooks. Oh, what was that? Oh, that was scary. He just kind of like threw him down and Paddy fell back almost like something had happened to him. But Paddy got right back up. Chin's still out there. Gaethje just closes in. At least throw a jab or something. Oh, Gaethje just knocked down Paddy Pimblett. There's 40 seconds left. Now he's starting to throw some elbows. Paddy seems to be okay. He's punching upwards, but that ain't nothing. Now let's see if Gaethje gets up. No, he's still ground and pounding.
He had a huge grimace.
25 seconds left. Now he's on top of Paddy Pimblett. He might let him up, or maybe he'll come back down into his guard. 10 seconds left. Paddy kicking upward. Gaethje now throwing some more bombs from on top. Some are getting through. Most aren't. The ones that do look like they starch Paddy really good. And Paddy's getting up slow, Goze. Oh, Paddy's eye is messed up.
Yeah, when he got hit initially, he had this big grimace on his face, and you could tell his eye got jacked up.
Both eyes are messed up. The right eye has more of a mouth. Sorry, the left eye has more of a mouth. The right eye was the one that was bleeding. His nose is bleeding. When Gaethje delivers the ground and pound, he's causing damage for sure. And again, Paddy lets him because he doesn't really tie him up. He just kind of puts an arm out, kind of like, okay, see if we can get through this arm, and Gaethje does. And then when they're standing, the hands are real low. Oh, nice little thumb to the eye of Paddy. I didn't see that one during the fight. That's probably the one that cut him, Goze. And Paddy's kind of grimacing. I mean, it was a fist, but the thumb was sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
And then right here, there's less than 10 seconds, and look how casual Paddy is. Well, Paddy wanted to wrestle. Now's the time to do it, right? Get this beast off you.
Yeah.
Right now, Gaethje's kind of dog walking him. That's what he said he was going to do. He said he's going to dog walk this MFer. And so far, it looks that way to me. Four, 33, 32 left here in round 3. Justin Gaethje just threw one of his traditional hard kicks to the thigh. Let's keep an eye on that if Gaethje keeps going on that one, because that was a good one. Paddy Pimblett threw a nice 1-2. Gaethje rolled really nicely with the punch. Paddy with a little jab to the chest, the 1-2, doesn't get through. Gaethje with an inside leg kick. Lower leg, also throws a jab. Paddy wanted to throw a kick, and Justin was ready to check it. Paddy's hands a little bit higher. Gaethje throws a punch, then feints like he wants to take down, then pulls back. Gaethje throws another jab. 3:42 left here in round 3. Paddy Pimblett lands a nice jab and a 1-2. Gaethje doing a good job of rolling with the punch again, not taking the full impact. Paddy threw a leg kick. 3:30 left here in round 3. A nice jab from Paddy Pimblett. I don't know if Gaethje's taking the round off. I'm not saying he's getting his butt kicked, but he's not really too aggressive in this round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's slowed down a little bit.
But he has banked 2 rounds for sure. Oh, nice leg kick there by Paddy Pimblett, right in the calf. Justin answers with one of his own.
Let me ask you this, George. What do you think Arman Sarukian's thinking? What do you think Ilya Topuria is thinking?
Same thing Valentina was thinking. I ain't concerned with either one of these two.
Justin's still got something. He just doesn't
Justin's
have
got
it.
power. Yeah, like that. Justin can turn off anyone's lights out, so you can't just throw that out, right? But yeah, those other two guys are really, really young. Justin looks like he's a little slower than he used to be, but still pretty effective. Only problem is he's effective against someone who's got poor striking defense. There's times when Paddy throws these leg kicks. There you go. And see how the hands are low?
Mm-hmm.
And Justin's timed a few of those times and made him pay. Paddy's eye is bleeding again. This is the one he got thumbed on. Oh, nice overhand right there by Justin Gaethje. It shocked Pimblett, but didn't stop him. 1:53 left here in round 3. A leg kick sneaks in for Paddy Pimblett. Another one for Justin Gaethje from the inside of the leg. This is a winnable round for Paddy only because Justin doesn't seem to be stepping on the gas. But that said, I'm not giving it to him just yet.
The jab has helped Paddy out a lot.
If he wants to get in the fight, though, this is the round to do it. At least get it to 2-1. Oh, it looked like Justin ran into a nice left hand by Paddy. In fact, did it wobble them, Goze?
I don't know.
Justin looks like he might be a little hurt. Oh, and now he lands a big knee to the body. Now they just traded punches. And Paddy looks like he's got a little bit of confidence. I think that one punch hurt Justin a little bit. And Paddy's seen it. Now Justin's starting to recover. That uppercut just snuck in for Paddy Pimblett. I think he's winning the round now. Oh, kick to the nuts. This might save Gaethje a little time to recover. Gaethje's not a faker. It looked like it got him. Paddy was throwing his hands up like, what? I didn't do nothing.
Well, maybe it's fair with the eye gouge or the thumb. It's an odd fight, man.
I could see Paddy's case.
Really?
It looked like he grazed the cup. And so I think Paddy thinks, I got you in the stomach.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah.
he
But
grazed
definitely...
the cup. Yeah. All right. There's sportsmanship there. They touch gloves. No problem. Now, remember, there's still 40-some seconds left. I think Paddy's winning the round. It's hard to tell whether Justin took the round off, if he's slowing down, or if those punches did impact him a little bit. But Paddy's got full confidence. Now he's starting to strike away. Oh, nice kick to the head by Paddy Pimblett. And Paddy seems like a different fighter here right now, but he's definitely the aggressor. Now Justin's starting to throw back some. Pimblett winning this round 40-21 in significant strikes. Wow, the first round was close, 36-35. Nice leg kick there by Justin Gaethje on the calf. Oh, big right hand by Justin Gaethje. 10 seconds. Oh, stiff jab by Paddy Pimblett. Someone could win the round in these last 10 seconds. Elbow there by Paddy Pimblett. That's it. Paddy Pimblett starting to point at his chest. Said something to Gaethje as he was walking away. Gaethje looks a little disappointed. Maybe it was in the cup kick. Maybe because he's tiring. I don't know. I'm enjoying this main event, Goze.
Yeah. It's good. They're landing good shots. I think it's 2-1. 2-1, and if I had to pick some momentum, I'd probably say Paddy. But to me, part of that round seemed like Justin did take it off.
Looks like they want him to kick a little more in the Gaethje corner.
Now
I'm watching Gaethje. He looks like he's in good shape. He is breathing through the mouth a little bit. Paddy looks very comfortable. He's bouncing on his legs, but his face is really damaged, both eyes. I think Paddy needs to get on him in these first 90 seconds because when he was fighting Gaethje on the retreat, he looked a little bit more confident. Okay, Gaethje's coming out a little more aggressive here. Once he lets Gaethje get going, he doesn't do well. He has to be a front runner. Now Gaethje looks like he can make you win the first 2 minutes and then come back and win the next 3. But Paddy, man, once he starts losing early, it doesn't look like it goes his way. See, these strikes add up, Goze. Oh, big overhand right by Gaethje. I thought Paddy stumbled a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Paddy still has his hands down. Gaethje's being very careful. Throws another overhand right. Misses. And now Pimblett decides to wrestle. And Gaethje stuffed it. Now they're basically on all fours facing each other, but Gaethje has the top position. With one arm, he uses it to kind of control Paddy's neck, and then he uses the other arm to land some stiff hooks.
He landed a lot of good power shots, man, when they were up on the
Gaethje's attempt to get the fight to the ground, and he stuffed it pretty good. But it wasn't his best attempt. It looked like he kind of like tripped or something or stumbled. Gaethje's now punching him and pushing him back, ragdolling him a little bit. Now Paddy's starting to defend a little bit. Oh, Gaethje knocks him down again. Now, granted, he did have a hold of one leg, but he threw a punch right at that same time, so it looked like a knockdown. Again, we tell you everything because we don't know what the judges are thinking as well, how they saw it. It can be interpreted in many ways.
I think he would have hit the deck anyway. It was a pretty solid shot.
Paddy doesn't have much on that leg kick. I don't know if Paddy's having an adrenaline dump or what, but he looks strong at the end of the last round. And he just got cracked with another overhand right. Now Gaethje's got him against the fence, and he's kneeing him on the backside, in the thighs. Sorry, the hamstrings. 2:45 left here in round 4. Gaethje just landed a nice left hook. Another one. Paddy's hurt. Paddy is hurt, but Gaethje just stumbled. He's giving Paddy like 5 seconds to recover here, but Paddy was hurt and wobbled. Oh, nice leg kick there by Gaethje. I mean, like that quiet one that just lands on all thigh meat,
Mm-hmm.
Paddy trying to fight back through some of this. I don't think he's hurting Gaethje, Goze. Maybe in last round he did, but it feels like Gaethje walks through a lot of his hard punches. A lot of them are arm punches too. He's not sitting on them and putting full thrust on it. Looked like Paddy just got kicked on the nuts and he got just punched in the chin really, really hard just as he was grimacing. And now Gaethje just came in with a nice uppercut. They're showing a replay here. Did he knee him?
I think it was like part on the thigh, but he might have clipped the cup a bit.
Okay, all's good. Apparently, they just high-fived. 134, 133 left here in round 4. Paddy needs to win this round, Goze. Otherwise, I think it's 3-1 going into round 5. He needs a strong 90 seconds, and Gaethje just threw a nice stiff jab. Pimblett's overhand right had nothing on it. Laura agrees. She said no. Kick to the body by Paddy, nothing on it. Paddy's bloodied up. His eyes are closing, Goze.
Mm-hmm.
Nose is bleeding. He just tried a spinning elbow and it missed, and Gaethje just threw some hard punches. Gaethje just missed with a wild right hand. 50 seconds left here in round 4. Gaethje lands a nice jab, and another little calf kick sneaks in. I don't think Paddy can win this round back unless he knocks down Justin Gaethje. And you could be looking at 3-1 going into round 5. And I'm going to start the check.
He seemed very overwhelmed.
Gaethje's minus 810, by the way. Paddy Pimblett plus 440. Paddy Pimblett just kicked him to the body. He hasn't done that in a while. He kicked him in the head. Didn't all the way get through. Calf kick, some punches from Paddy. I don't think he hurt Gaethje, but the crowd erupts a little bit. Now he slips, and Gaethje gets on top of him. 8 seconds left. Now Gaethje's throwing some punches to the side of Paddy Pimblett's head, and this will be the end of the round. I think it's 3-1 going into round 5. Pimblett's still trying to play up to the crowd.
Man.
I've never seen Paddy's face this marked up.
Mm-mm. He's tough, dude. I think some of these shots would have knocked someone else out.
I thought I heard him say you need to finish him, which is at least good and proper advice. You can't just win the round. So what I would do if I'm Paddy Pimblett is I would try and take him down early and see if you can maybe try and work for a submission or something.
Mm-hmm.
But to strike with him for the next 5 minutes is not going to get the job done, I don't think, because his punches don't seem to have much pop on him. Maybe his kicks a little. The leg kicks haven't accumulated to the point where Justin's slowing down. Only the uppercut seems to be a bit of a weapon. Both guys look like they're okay and in good shape. The crowd's on their feet. Last 5 minutes here, UFC 324. They hug it out. Here we go. Well,
It's a decent way to close out the night, but overall, not what I expected.
Overhand right from Gaethje. Pimblett. Sorry, nice knee lands for Pimblett. They're just swinging away right now. But Pimblett's punches are very awkward. They both duck in to try and get a takedown, but it's almost like they collide heads like two bulls. Gaethje right now pushing Pimblett up against the fence. I was saying just Gaethje's punches are more powerful and they're straighter. Pimblett's are a little too wild. And there's times where Pimblett just gives away the strike. I mean, there's just nothing there covering it, and he takes full impact. Gaethje just landed a nice kick. We're down to 4 minutes left, just under. Even this round, I think Gaethje's doing better. Pimblett misses with a wild uppercut. Gaethje with a jab. One to the body. Pimblett with a kick to the body. Now they're starting to slug. They both have collar ties. Gaethje with an uppercut. Looks like a hockey fight right now. Pimblett trying the same thing. Wild right misses by Gaethje. Maybe got a piece of him. Awful jab thrown by Gaethje. Pimblett not much further behind. Pimblett trying to kick to the body. Now Pimblett goes for the takedown, Goze. Let's see if we can get it. And he doesn't. He doesn't. He almost did. And now he's trying another way. Maybe he's going to try. He's got kind of like a body lock. He's trying to trip him. That's going to take some energy. I thought he should have done it a while back. Now there's less explosion. He tries to throw a knee. He misses. He should hang on to this and try one more time, I suppose. Gaethje has been submitted before. And that's the strength of Paddy Pimblett, but you got to get the fighter down. And so far, he's not been successful. He still has him in a body lock. If the over was 4.5, the under's gone. There's 224, 223 left here in round 5. What do you think, Goze? Let go of the body lock and start striking again? Or
you have to, because nothing. Yeah, I think I would. Because you need time to set this submission up.
Yeah. Maybe you should jump for the gilly like Poirier.
Yeah.
He's getting beat up right now. Gaethje's got him up against the fence. He always gets the worst of these little exchanges. He just tried to set up a spinning back elbow and it missed. See, Gaethje's, well, right now, no. He just did some wild punches, but Gaethje does a good job of protecting his chin. Paddy Pimblett just tried a wild jumping knee.
I want to see Gaethje go head kick.
What was Gaethje just doing? It looked like he was out of it for a second. Oh, Paddy's just landing some punches on him right now. He's opening up. Oh, you better let go of this. Just stand and swing him. Oh, like the coaches are telling him, throw a wild elbow, throw a crazy elbow. Looked like for a moment, Gaethje was a little hurt. By the way, this is your fight of the night, right, Goze?
Yeah.
So there's your 100 grand, and I don't know who else is going to scoop up. This is going to be it right here. Paddy had a moment there. He was swinging away, and it looked like Justin, more because he was exhausted, just was stumbling around. I think it's going to be 4-1 Justin. I take it back. Paddy had some good moments in this round. Could be 3-2. Pimblett definitely leading the significant strike count here.
I think 4-1's going to be about right.
Well, I think I might give Pimblett this round, and I know I gave him round 3, so I think 3-2. But that score in the first round is weird because the significant strike count was only off by 1. Why are they slipping so much on the mat?
I think they're just tired.
Hunter Campbell's up on his feet. I think the fans are really digging this. That's cool. They're both likable fighters. The only part that disappoints me is to see Pimblett's striking defense not be as good as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not facing Hasbulla, right? Where you just kind of let him sock you. He's facing Justin Gaethje.
I mean, look, I feel like Armin would probably ragdoll Pimblett, and I think Ilya would KO him. Justin, he's always got a puncher's chance, but he gets a little sloppy. I think what the other two guys have is very good technique. Did you see Peter Yan earlier tweeted, just woke up, anything important happened?
Say that again?
Peter Yan had tweeted earlier, just woke up, anything important happened?
I couldn't disagree with him or agree with him more. That feels like the type of night it was. If Paddy had won this round, that first round, man, after seeing Natalia Silva and Rose, you just never know. But I think it's going to be 4-1 and 3-2, but I think it's going to be unanimous in favor of Justin. Here we go. $48-47 and $49-46. And Gaethje's already, sorry, Pimblett's already acting like he lost. Yep, Justin Gaethje's the winner. Kind of like what we said, 4-1, 3-2, fair. So what does that mean? That had, well, I don't know if Pimblett won round 5 or not.
I mean, dude, not that this was a close decision. They got to stop showing Dana White the scorecard before. I mean, once he got to the last one, he was on Pimblett's side, then started walking over to Justin's side. It's like he kind of gives it away every time.
Did Dana peak?
I don't know if he peaked, but I mean, he couldn't have made it any clearer what he thought was going to happen.
All right, well, the Gaethje camp congratulating the Pimblett camp. Pimblett's gracious in defeat. Pimblett said he spent 150. Is that what he said? 250,000 on tickets.
I think 150 on family tickets.
Family and friends.
I'll get some of it back with a bonus.
Yeah. Well, maybe this is what Pimblett needs. If he watches this fight, it's going to be hard to disagree that just too many of those shots get in too easy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And now he knows what it's like to go 25-minute round, 25 minutes in the octagon. He knows he can take a shot. He knows he needs to work more on the wrestling because your submission game's nothing if you can't get them down unless you jump the gilly. So why would you want to have a formidable submission game but not a way to complement it?
No.
Now the question is, did Gaethje do enough to bypass Arman Tsarukyan and fight Ilia Topuria?
Well, Armin's in the doghouse, George.
If I'm not mistaken, that's Justin's mom, right? In the red?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
His
With
mom
the-
is Mexican.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't know. I think Gaethje even knows a little bit of Spanish, but he's very familiar with Mexican culture and all that stuff. But it's from the mom side. And the dad side, I think he's a miner in northern Arizona or something like that. I think the brother does that too, and I think Justin was doing it for a while. The brother's a twin. America, baby. There you have it. Now he's interviewing Paddy Pimblett. You showed a lot of heart. I wanted to leave with the belt, he says. There's no one else I'd rather lose to than Justin Gaethje. Someone I grew up watching. He's a legend.
Excuse me.
Boy, this is tough, man, because I got to hear these idiots in Portuguese. I got the volume down low enough that we don't get dinged, and
That happened to Dan Tom as well.
he had to watch in Portuguese?
I think he might be watching in Spanish because he told him it had too many streams. It's only on his TV.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what we need to do. Somebody just passed away in his family. All right, folks, listen, we got to wrap up pretty soon anyway. You can catch Goze and I every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Spinning Backlick. We'll unpack this whole card. That's what we do the following Monday after the weekend's action. We go over the latest results, the latest news, the latest controversies. We debate, we discuss, and we include some of you all from the chat as well with your questions and comments. And if there's enough time, we'll even preview the upcoming card like this week. We'll recap UFC 324, a little bit of Zuffa boxing, some of the news, and then we'll also show some love for UFC 325. And speaking of that, Goze and I will be back next week. Same bat station, same bat time for another watch along. Alexander Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez is the main event. Hopefully some of these kinks get ironed out with Paramount and the streaming issues, and it all works out so that obviously we can all have a good time and be on the same page and draw more fans of the sport. And you can follow Goze on Twitter or X. On Instagram, he's at the Goze. And I can be followed at MMA Junkie George. And don't forget our YouTube channel. If you can hit the like button on the way out, kindly consider subscribing to the channel as well. It's free content for you. And we don't stop working. After this is over, there's going to be another stream, and you can watch the UFC 324 post-fight press conference. I'm sure Justin Gaethje, Dana White, and a few others will be there as well. Probably Sean O'Malley. They do a good job usually of wrangling up the stars of the night. And that's about it. So anything else goes on your way out? Long week, man, but we're done.
Very long week. We got to jump right back into it next week. Main event helped out. It really did. But
Yeah.
had that not gone well, this one would have been a rough one.
Yeah. I hear you. All right. We're out of here, folks. Go out and be a champion. We'll talk to you soon. I hear you. All right. We're out of here, folks. Go out and be a champion. We'll talk to you soon.